cat advocate, and thought I would try to just touch base with everyone. Um, I realized after I came back that the stream kicked out, and I walked around the block talking to myself. So I walked around the block talking to myself. Um, and I had Abra, Theon, and Lawless following me, and the stupid thing did not catch any of it. It went out. It literally stopped. The stream stopped when I got into the parking lot, and so it missed all of my walking around the block, Theon, Lawless, and Abra. Third time's a charm, yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to stream outside. I think I'm just going to have to stick to pre-recorded videos outside, unfortunately, unless I mean, I might be able to do it on the balcony with maybe Abra, or not Abra, with maybe Maleficent or Fury, if he goes down, he goes down in the courtyard, I won't be able to really, I mean, maybe if I stay in the courtyard, but even in the courtyard, it's like really not very good. So I don't know what to do about that. It does give me like Wi-Fi options, but I can't tap into other people's Wi-Fi, and my Wi-Fi I know isn't going to go that far, so I don't know. I don't know what the solution is for that. I'll have to pick the brains of, does it make any difference if you would do it on StreamYard? I don't think so, because I don't know, it might. I could try it. I could try that. I don't know. I know I can stream in here. So I mean, there's still plenty of things that I can do streaming inside. It's just kind of sucks that I'm not able to do it outside, because I really wanted to, I had this idea of doing the Advocates After Dark with Fury and Friends, and people seem to like it. They get to see the cats in real time, watch them do their stuff, without any edits or anything like that. So if they do something crazy, it's just gonna be there. Whereas when I do the pre-recorded stuff, I can't. Oftentimes I miss a lot because I'm stopping and starting so that the stream is continuous and not choppy. But I don't know. I mean, or the video. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is to that. But I thought what I would do is, and Catitude, since you're here, I have something. I have something to show you. Hang on. I got this for our friend in Virginia. Since so for those times when I'm between waxings and I just don't have time to do it, but I want to do a live. So I don't have time to wax before I go live, or if I don't realize that it's picking up on heaven forbid some facial hair. So this is what I found. So just hang on 1 second. And I'm going to lower down here a minute. Hang on. What do you think, Catitude? It's Wanda Whiskers. I like it. I think it's a new character. Wanda Whiskers. Now I need to get some wings. I need some wings for Abra, and I hope she's watching. I hope the bunny boiler's watching. Here you go. Here's some content for you, honey. Because I guess you're really low on content lately. I mean, if you have to email me and try to start more shit to do the drama, it kind of tells me that you're out of ideas. So, anyway, but I'm getting hair in my mouth. But yeah, I think, look, I mean, it's like Wanda, Wanda, whiskers. Those of you who know. Um, and Maleficent and Abra, I'm going to get like little monkey wings for them. So you look better with the beard, lady. Really? You think so? Okay, I'll put it back on if you like it. There we go. What do you think? You like it better that way? So, anyway, ugh, now I got hair all over it. So, anyway, I thought that would be a cute little skit to do at some point. I have some other fun things too. I'm coming up with. We'll have to tell you about the next. Oh, Jesus. Unbelievable. Is this our first troll? I guess. Pretty. Oh. Anyway, I don't know. It's YouTube. It's the thing with YouTube. I found this out. So the thing when you do YouTube lives, the issue is that people just scroll through. But I'm also a little kid. Okay. So yeah, when you go live with YouTube, with their YouTube streaming, it like goes out there where everybody can find it, so people just scroll through, and so you get a lot of people that are just bored and want to have fun, and want to say dumb things. Yeah, especially at night too. Yeah, at night you have a lot of people that are out there, and they're not really, they just they have too much time on their hands, basically. So anyway, so that was the grand experiment with the live stream outside. That's a shame too, because I had the cats pretty much all following me, at least partway down the alley, and then everything just kind of, yeah. They went down the alley, and then we had too much commotion. I think that was and I knew when he wanted to go outside, I knew he wasn't going to stay out very long, because he gets scared. He doesn't, all the commotion and stuff. And as soon as Mrs. Sanford came out, he was done. He wanted to go back in. So now Cinnamon and Maleficent are chasing each other around. So if you can hear them, they're going nuts. But I do have some, I'm putting together some topics. Wow, that thing really sheds. That shed worse than cat hair. I'm putting together some topics for live stream discussion, and I think you'll find them interesting. So, I probably shouldn't have brought up waxing. Oh well. So, I'm just researching right now. I'm trying to find some more information about what I want to talk about. And what I'm finding is kind of interesting. So, I have no idea what you're saying. Say mon 1 2 3. Maybe, I mean, you might want to go to another stream where you have more reaction or more fun, because I'm just I'm too old and too tired to mess with people that just say crazy shit. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could do the translation, but I probably don't want to know what it says. So anyway, tried to do the live stream. Um, that didn't go so well. I don't know what the solution to that is. Can you hear them, catitude, going back and forth? They sound like a herd of elephants running back and forth. So anyway, um, we got, so let's see what else is going on. I did tell you guys about the new manager. Uh, there's some other stuff that's going on, but I kind of want to talk until you can you hear them? Yeah, I want to wait until like I will do that through StreamYard, so I have a better connection, and it just, I don't know, the YouTube. I had other people were complaining too about the YouTube live streaming. I don't know. She's really busy. She has so she has a lot on her plate. So she has a little vintage store where she sells retro stuff. And she sells some really cool things there. She also has a regular job. And then she's caring for these special needs cats. So she has a lot of stuff that's like going on, and they're just, I don't know, I'll have to talk to her and see, because we were trying to keep it quiet until she was sure that she was going to actually come on the channel, because I did send out the invite to her to be a manager, and she didn't accept it right away because she forgot. So I didn't want to, you know, tell everyone that, hey, we have a new manager, and then she decides like I just don't have time for this. So we'll see. Um, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think it'll. I think, what I'm wanting to do is, well, the other thing that I will say is there's someone, and I can't give a lot of details about this, but we do have someone who is also local to us who is talking about starting a rescue of their own. So I don't know if that's going to actually happen or not, but and I haven't met the person or anything, so I don't know. But it sounds like the person's pretty serious about it, and I think that's in response to what happened with the SBCA and with some other rescues, you know. So I don't know, but if that happens, that would be great, because we really do need more rescues. And we need good rescues. We need ones are that have people that are stable and professional, and not like some other ones. So hopefully that'll happen. One of the things that I'm working on is I've been talking to the the people that I know in animal welfare and the people that I know in human services, and seeing if we can find a way to start something to help the people in our community that are really in need, because we have so many people that they can't get access to vet care. They can't get access to what they need as far as caring for their pet. And it really it really irritates me when these rescues keep talking about, adopting out and surrendering, and what's the better way to go about that. I'm thinking you shouldn't even be thinking about that. You should be concentrating more on providing services so that people can stay with their pets and they never have to be separated in the first place. So I don't know. There's a lot of, I have a lot of things going on. And next week, um, there's Mary. Uh, I know. It's like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do streams outside. I tried. Uh, I thought it would be, people, I thought it would be fun for the community to be able to see the cats in real time, and kind of like, well, virtually interact with them in real time, and not just see a pre-recorded video. And also, you could ask questions about them, but I don't know, Marion, I don't know if you were on or not when I said that I would like to. So I have two orange and white cats that come and go. I don't see them all the time. Sometimes they're, I get a glimpse of them. I don't know if the one is creamsicle or not. I can't get a good enough look. But the other one is the one that we called Donald the Tariff Cat. And there's a subscriber who sent me an email and gave me a really good suggestion for a name for one of the cats. And I thought the other one I would call Mojo, to honor your cat. And you know, it's, I mean, I don't think your cat was orange and white, but there's still some orange there. And I had a kitten in 2020, one from Lucy's litter, that actually was a sibling to Abracadabra and Niffler, that I called Mojo. He went to that rescue, so Lord knows whatever happened to him. But I thought I would call one Mojo and then the other the name that was suggested, unless the one is Creamsicle, and then I'll just keep Creamsicle. But anyway, it's I'm seeing more. What you guys didn't see is when I walked around the block, on the other side there was another tabby cat that was up on somebody's balcony, or not balcony, on their porch, and then it ran off and ran underneath a car, and I didn't recognize that one. So I do like to do the walk-arounds and see who's out there, and if there's new cats, and where we should be kind of looking to trap next and such. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, some of them just I don't see, some of these cats just come and go, so they're not constants, and then other ones we have that are. So you never know. You never know what you're going to see on any night. And then Mrs. Sanford downstairs, oh, he's orange and a little buff. Okay. Oh, he's a classic tabby with, yeah. See, these guys aren't. These guys are just like a mixture of orange and white. They're not tabbies. So, yeah, Mojo. I think that would be a good name for one of them. I don't know, what was I saying? Oh, I don't understand. Like, the live stream kicked out because the only all of a sudden there were there you know, I could see that there was nobody watching. And but the time kept going. It said live, and the timer was continuing to run. I thought, okay, that's weird, but it didn't stop. But it had stopped. It had stopped when I walked from the parking lot into the alley. That's about the time it stopped. So what you didn't get to see is, you didn't get to see, I had Abra, Theon, I think Tora, was Tora there? I don't remember. I think Tora might have been, and Lawless. And Lawless was really walking with me like Lucy used to walk with me. So miss you missed that. I'm kind of irritated with that. So I think I'm going to just, because it's like, I had really good, that was really good footage of Lawless walking with me. She's never done that before. So that was really good. So I think I'm going to just start doing the regular pre-recorded videos instead of lives outside, because I don't want to lose that footage. And then when I walked around, there was that gray tabby, a new one. And what I was saying is, Mrs. Sanford, she told me she saw a little calico today. I don't know, was it today or yesterday? So, and she said it looked like one that was a little bit younger than Sally. So I guess we have another kitten. I don't know where they're all coming from. I don't know if people are dumping them, or if there's a female that's, I don't know. But yeah, sorry we missed that with Walnut. I know. She was so cute, and she was meowing the whole time. She was like doing a little chirp. People are always dumping cats. I mean, it's constant. They just constantly dump. I don't understand it. I never did find that little gray tabby that was with Cinnamon. So I don't know whatever happened to him or her. I'm hoping that maybe somebody got that one and took it in, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just going to get worse too, because we just don't have. We just don't have a good. I mean, we have people. We have a lot of people that care, but. And this is something, and this was like what I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to do like I want to use this as a discussion topic for another live stream. But the thing that I see is, and I don't understand this, but animal welfare people are just terrible. They're just horrible many times. Not all the time, but many times. They're just horrible. They're nasty. They're petty. They're catty, pardon the pun. They just, there's so many politics, and there's like people constantly picking at each other, and I don't get it. I really don't get it. It should be about the animals. It should be about trying to help stray cats or dogs or whatever animal you're trying to help. And it seems to be like just across the board. I just became I get these, I used to play a game on my phone, and I didn't want to like actually spend money for it every month, but I really liked it. So what I would do is, Google has this thing through the Play app or something where you can do these surveys, and then they give you like 10 cents, 20 cents, whatever. And I could usually make enough money for it, because you get like $3-4 that I could, buy whatever I wanted for my game. Well, then I stopped playing my game. Thoughts on the 9/11 attacks? We're not even talking about that. We're talking about cats. Yeah. I mean, that's, I'm sure there are channels that would cover that. I mean, I'm happy to talk politics with you, but not on this live stream. We could do that on another live stream. Well, you may not be wrong. I don't know. Um, but like I said, if I start talking politics, we're not even really talking about cats anymore. But I could definitely go head to head with you about that, about a lot of stuff that's going on right now. Because yeah, this just isn't the channel that I want to do that on. So maybe there's plenty of them out there. There's lots of good political channels out there that I'm sure would engage you. Anyway, I just find that there's so much of this. And I was saying, like, I had this, so since I don't play this game anymore, I had this buildup of like $15 or something, and part of it was going to expire in a couple of days. And I thought, okay, so because it's Google money, you can only spend it on certain things, like games, audiobooks, stuff like that. But you can also spend it on like YouTube channels. If you want to, you can buy memberships with it and stuff. So I went ahead and I bought a membership to a channel that I've been watching for a very long time, which is Raleigh Link. And Raleigh, she has horses. Does a lot of advocacy around horses. Talks about education, advocacy, training of horses, and then talks about like horse abuse. And she had one of her horses had a freak accident in the field, slipped, fell, and broke her neck, and had to be euthanized. And so she did a members only video about it and talked about it in detail, because it's not something that she could really talk about on YouTube without being really graphic. And then that is another issue with YouTube, because they don't want you to say certain things. So she just did it behind a paywall. And she said that she actually had trolls come at her and harass her about talking about her horse and saying that, oh, you're exploiting the death of your animal. And she didn't do that at all. It was a video where she talked about what happened, so that people who follow her and who are invested in her animals could see what actually happened, because it wasn't something that she could like talk about freely like I'm doing right now. She would have had the video either taken down or demonetized or whatever. Well, really, it's not monetized. If it's members only, you're really not getting any money on anyway, because you're not running ads on. I don't think they run ads on members only stuff. So she ended up, it really upset her, because it was a very traumatic thing. And I've seen this over and over again with all these different content creators. People that you see that their animals look well cared for. The animals show no sign of being abused. And yet you have people that constantly harass and harass and harass. Just like, I don't know if they actually bought memberships, or if they just said it in another video, because when you have the videos, it says members only. So I know the another issue that she had was, and this is just very recent, is she just had a baby, and she just got back. She still hasn't lost all the pregnancy weight, and so she's in her core and everything. She doesn't lost a lot of her strength, because she was pretty much it was a rough pregnancy, and I think she had to be on bed rest for a while. So when she got back, she was just like riding for the first time, and somebody did buy a membership, took, I guess, screenshots or downloaded some of the video or something, and started making fun of her, being saying, oh, you say that you're such a great rider and you criticize everybody, but look at you can hardly stay on your horse. And I'm just like, wow, that sounds familiar. That sounds really familiar. I don't understand it. I don't get it. And, yeah, she does get a lot of blowback too, because she also calls out people that are doing things against they're doing things that are either harming animals or are showing giving misinformation. So she does do a lot of that, and she's getting blowback for that too. She left social media for at one point because it got so bad, and I think that's sad. That you know, yeah, they are. But it's not just on YouTube. I mean, it's in real life. You know, I saw it locally. I experienced it locally um, with a certain rescue, and you know, I was trying to help that rescue, and they're listening to some psychopath off of YouTube that they have no idea who this person is. So, what does that say about them? As someone who is supposed to be a professional and runs a rescue. I mean, it's just so much fucking nastiness out there, and it shouldn't be. It should be about the animals. First and foremost, it should be about the animals. If you're going to be in that kind of profession, and there's a lot of reasons. I mean, I guess there is a lot of burnout, and there's a lot of compassion fatigue, and people see horrible things, and it makes them jaded, and on and on and on. But to blast somebody like the other nonprofit in another state, and I use that term nonprofit loosely, but that one calling out a local rescue in their area that was trying to do good things. I'm making a video about them, and maybe not calling them out specifically, but giving enough information that you could find that rescue in like 5 minutes. And then when somebody calls them on it, they want to come out and act like, well, I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. You know, I'm still getting emails from a certain wackadoo that I've blocked, and they just create a new email address and email me and say stupid shit. You know, I don't know. I don't know what you do with people like that. I don't. I don't know. I just don't get it. It's like, I don't know why someone who intentionally tried to harm a person, why they would think that person would ever want to talk to them. I don't get that. That tells me that person's definitely mentally ill, severely mentally ill, probably delusional, and yeah, probably a psychopath. So I I don't know what the answer is, but I know it's a real issue. And I've talked to, um, quite honestly, I had a meeting with someone from Haas, from the Human Animal Support Services, an organization that helps shelters become more people friendly, basically, instead of just trying to respect that human animal bond. And in that conversation, now I brought this up, and the representative said to me, she said, yeah, it's a problem. She said, we hear it all the time. That She said, and the best thing is just not to engage in it, is just try to rise above it, be the professional, and just let it go. You do what you need to do. Like um, in my case, I was told by law enforcement, a lawyer, and YouTube themselves to monitor what was going on with those content creators that were causing problems on this channel. Just keep an eye on it. I mean, I'm at the point where I just don't care anymore. It's like, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, folks, look. I don't play here, so you're going to come on here and talk shit about politics and stuff. We're talking about cats. This is a channel for advocacy and education around cats. So if you're going to come on here and start stupid shit like that, you're gone. Go find another channel. Seriously. I'm not talking about Trump. I'm not talking about Bush. I'm not talking about politics. Although Trump is the shit that he's doing, I will say this: he might be a goat, but he doesn't care about goats. He doesn't care about animals because the shit that he's doing is not only hurting people but also hurting the animals, and that's all I'm going to say about it. So we'll just move on from that. But yeah, I'm it's late. I'm tired. I'm not engaging in the bullshit. So you know, you want to type, you can type. You can type. I can delete. Simple. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just, it's like, I just see a lot of, and when the research that I've done, it's like, it's just so widespread. I mean, I had a conversation with my therapist about it. And, it was, um, she just basically said that some people just like to stir the pot. They like to get things started, and I'm not, I'm just not, the best thing is just not to engage in it, is just to let it go. And eventually they'll show their true colors and they'll hang themselves, and that'll be the end of it. So, um, but yeah, I don't know what you were referring to, Catitude, but I do know that the one individual is involved with well, at least they were involved with a local rescue, and if they're behaving badly, that's going to reflect on the local rescue. And if the rescue doesn't care about that kind of thing, then that shows what the rescue's about. So I don't know what else to say. I mean, I don't know. I just kind of like, like I said, I just don't really want to be bothered with it anymore. I'm just done. I have other things that I have to do. I have a busy week this week. I have a busy week next week, and I really don't want to have to deal with other people's issues because I have enough of my own to deal with. So that's kind of where I'm at with everything. Um, you know, I mean, the one did basically threaten that if I don't talk to them honestly, that they're going to make a video or something. I'm like, you know, make your video. Uh, make your video if it borders on threat, slander. We can get law enforcement involved in it. That's what'll happen next. So, you know. But that person's blocked, and that person's going to continue to be blocked. And again, it just goes back to what I've said over and over again, what other people have said. If you didn't do anything wrong, then why are those people in your life? Just think about that. You know. And there's really nothing. If you talk to anybody in human services, like if you talk to a social worker or you talk to a therapist, any of those professionals are going to, hi, Tiger Woman, any of those professionals are going to be concerned if they hear that someone, I mean, because I asked my therapist this flat out. I said, okay, I just want you to be honest with me. If I said to my therapist, I'm using myself now. If I said to my therapist, I haven't bought groceries for 3 weeks because I'm using all of my money to buy cat food for cats that aren't even mine. As a therapist, what would you say? What would you do? Is that a mandatory? I mean, obviously, I'm in a different state, but is that considered mandatory reporting? Because if somebody is, because a therapist, if they see that somebody is doing harm to themselves or someone else, they have to report that. And she said, well, I don't know about it being mandatory. She said, but it'd be very concerning. She said, I really would encourage, she said, anyone who is, if they are using all of their resources to care for cats that aren't even theirs, or any animal that is even theirs. If they're spending down their retirement fund, if they're going without food, if they're going without other necessities and putting all that. And she said, that's not a martyr. She said, that's someone that has a severe issue. So that's coming from a therapist. That's coming from a licensed therapist. So I'm going to take her word over anybody else. And I also, she also knows everything that was going on. I read her the email, and her take on that was, oh yeah, somebody's trying to start shit. She didn't say it in those words, but that's what she said. And she said, a lot of people online have narcissistic tendencies. They love the attention, and they'll do whatever they need to do. They'll stir the pot. They'll engage in drama, whatever they need to do to get those ratings up, to get those numbers up. Because, I mean, the more views, the more money you get. Yeah, that's what, and that's coming from a therapist. So, again, I'm just listening to my therapist. I'm going off of what she says. And, these people can do whatever they want, and I can do whatever I want. And I'm not doing anything, I don't know what they're trying to do or what they think they're going to accomplish, but no one's doing anything. No one's their channels are public. You have to, if you're going to put yourself in, right now, you saw some of the comments that I got, oh, you look better with the beard on. Okay, well, fine. That's your opinion. Great. You can have an opinion. I can have an opinion too. I think you're an asshole. How's that? Everybody can have an opinion. That's fine. And, if you want to come in here and voice your opinion, that's great. But if you're going to try to start shit, or you're going to go completely off topic, I'm going to just make you magically disappear. I have that power. Every content creator has that power. It's called the delete or hide button or option. So it is what it is, you know? And if you are going to do things like create images of a person and then do vile, hateful acts to that image, like essentially like burning someone in effigy, if you're going to do that, then you need to be held accountable for that. This is not funny. That's not a game. You know, if you're doing that publicly, that's a whole different thing than someone who, I mean, I could write a nasty letter to someone that's wronged me and then tear it up and throw it into the air or burn it or, whatever in my own home. And that's one thing, and that can actually be therapeutic. I mean, it can be therapeutic. Like if you have a punching bag and get a picture of somebody you don't like and put it on there and punch away at it, you do that in your own home, that can be therapeutic. But if you take that out into the world and you start basically threatening people by having images of them and doing vile things to those images and harmful acts to those images, that's a whole different thing. That's sadistic. It's threatening. Just like if you're saying, oh, if you don't meet me privately and talk to me honestly, I'm going to make a video. Or I know people and they wouldn't like what you're doing, and all I have to do is like make one phone call. That's a threat. That's all threats. So I think these people need to really sit down and start realizing that this is not fun and games. This is not just simple trolling. What you're doing is criminal. And if you continue, bad things are going to happen to you. I mean, that's just the way it is. There's a content creator right now. This is wild. I mean, those of you who've been on this channel, you know that my guilty pleasure is Girl World. So for those of you who don't know what Girl World is about. So Girl World is these very obese women that they're not nice people. They're just, and really, it's been said over and over again that people, they like to say that people are fat phobic and that's why people don't like them. But that's not really why people don't like them. People don't like them because they're mean. They're mean, they're nasty, they've done horrible, awful things to the people in their life. They've lied, they've cheated, they've grifted. One of them, she used a disabled child, like an IDD child. What the old term for IDD used to be the R word. I don't want to say it because I don't think YouTube would like it. But she actually used this child to grift money. She grifted money with stray cats. She's done all this stuff. And the other one is just horribly abusive. And so right now, both of them are kind of in trouble. One of them had to flee the country where they were because they were grifting, and it was against that country's law to do what they were doing, so they had to flee. And the other one, she's had ex-partners coming out and saying, basically each partner saying the same thing. Yeah, she did this, and she did that to me too, and she treated me this way, and oh yeah, she treated me the same way. And it's kind of at the point where this person's really getting called out for for the stuff that she's doing. And she is right now, her aunt her aunt is planning to take her to court for slander, because what she did is, her aunt was, I mean, it's all drama, of course. This is all drama, but it's so much like the situation that I found myself in, where you have someone that is making these outrageous allegations, saying all this stuff, and you're trying to defend yourself, and it just gets to the point where it's like, what's the point of even trying to defend yourself? Because these people are so crazy, they're just going to keep at it and at it and at it. And in fact, the more that you try to defend yourself, the more fuel you give them, the more they can keep the drama going, and the more that, that they want that for their content, for their channels. So guess what? I'm not getting any content off of me anymore. But this content creator, her aunt came out. I'm not a fan of the aunt either. I think the aunt's a little bit off as well. But the aunt came out, and the aunt showed text messages and all this stuff, and she showed where this other content creator was lying. And so this other content creator, who is at this point, and it's Amberlyn Reed, by the way, you can follow the sagas. There's plenty of reaction channels that are covering her, plenty. You just pick one that resonates with you and watch it. It's a hoot. But Amber came out and said and made the statement that her aunt's husband was abusing kids, and the aunt was protecting the husband and basically telling the kids, don't say anything. Don't say anything about what happened to you. Well, you can't make those kind of allegations. You can't. Just like you don't come on YouTube and do an hour-long presentation using text messages taken out of context and accuse someone of of faking self-exiting in order to take down your channel. You don't do that either. That's not okay. That's slander. And there are legal remedies to that. Now, it's very hard to prove. And, considering the source, it's probably not worth it to try to pursue anything. But just be aware that that kind of shit can get you in trouble. And at some point, if you keep doing it, because, I saw one of these content creators do this to a local rescue, and what they did was pure slander. They said that the people were not caring for kittens, were not vaccinating them, were throwing all these kittens in with a mother cat and 16 other kittens, and they didn't feel comfortable. They didn't feel comfortable with what was going on, and they questioned why certain things weren't being done. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, this is where people need to have the critical thinking, because the first thing that I'm thinking is, if I go into a rescue and I hand a cat over, like say I'd take Cinnamon somewhere, and that person would pick up Cinnamon, look at her, and plop her in a crate with 16 other kittens, and just say, well, thank you, I would be like, what the hell was that? Because that's not the way it works. You don't just, at the very least, when you surrender an animal, which is basically, that's a surrender, even though it's a stray cat, it's still a surrender. They have you sign off. They have paperwork, and you sign off. You sign that, you're surrendering and you're relinquishing any kind of ownership to that rescue. That's the very least that happens. And I've never experienced, I've never given a any cat to or kitten to any rescue, and I've worked with several different rescues, and all of them have they put them in by themselves because they have to quarantine them. So to say something like, yeah, if there's no paperwork, that's a sign. I mean, so for this content creator who also has a nonprofit, um, and who also claims to have like 8 years of experience doing TNR and rescue and adopting out themselves, doing um, independent adoptions. I just don't understand that. I don't understand how you would give two cats to someone like that. I mean, I would be like, let me have the cats back. I, because if you don't sign anything, they're still yours. Just because you hand the cat over to them is until you sign off, they're your cats. Now, I have worked with rescues where I didn't. There's been a few there's been like maybe one rescue that I can think of where I didn't sign any paperwork, but that was a different situation because they had worked with me before, and so they know that, But generally, you have to sign off. If it's a new rescue, if you going in for the first time. And I just question, that would be my first question to that person would be, then why did you proceed to let them have that cat? If you had a bad feeling about it, if you were uncomfortable, as you claim you were so uncomfortable, then why did you let them have that cat? Because I know for myself, the rescue that I was working with, they were never getting another cat from me. Never. Not after what I saw, not after the way they behaved. There's no way in hell that I would ever send another animal to them. Because I don't trust them now. I don't know what they're doing. I'm hearing a whole bunch of different shit from a whole bunch of, different sources. So yeah. I can and I honestly, I could understand that if you were new to rescue and this was like the first, and you haven't done this before. Because honestly, when I started in 2020, the first rescue that I worked with was bad, and I didn't even realize how bad it was, because it's just like anything else. If you've never done it before, you don't know. That's how people get involved with bad therapists, because if you don't know your rights, if you don't know what a good therapist is like, you just don't have anything. You don't have anything to measure against. So sometimes people just get wrapped up in things. But for someone who professes to have been involved in rescue for 8 years and done all these things, and they know it all, basically. They're so they're just so knowledgeable about this. They know everything. They're experts. I find that hard to believe, that someone who is supposed to be so knowledgeable and have so much experience was okay watching 2 of their kittens get thrown into a crate with a mother and like 16 other kittens, or however many was in there. And there was no paperwork, and there was no intake, and there was no this, and there was no that. And the person's like, oh, I'm so uncomfortable with it. Okay, but you still let them have the kittens and you walked away. So you know what? I guess that's on you. And it turned out that apparently that everything that this person was saying was not true anyway. That was all. And at the very end of that video, they, after they bashed this rescue for, I don't know, almost an hour, I guess. I don't remember how long the video was, but after they bashed them for a period of time, at the very end of the video, they say, "Oh, you know what? But I'm going to link their fundraiser to my video so that if you want to donate some money to them and help them out." Well, their name is on that fundraiser. So now everybody knows exactly who you're talking about. And do you really think that people are going to donate to a rescue that you just badmouthed for like 45 minutes to an hour? So I think some people really need to start looking inward instead of pointing the finger at everybody and going, "Oh, it's Wanda's fault. Oh, it's Catitude's fault. Oh, it's this person's fault and that person's fault." Maybe it's your fault. Maybe you're the idiot. Maybe you're the duh at the end of your name. Maybe that's what, you know. Yeah. And I want to make it very clear, it's not the Tiger Woman says, "Yep, their fault." You know, if you truly are not experienced and you don't know, that's one thing. I'm not talking about those people because I was that person at one point. Everybody has to start somewhere. As Kayla said to me, because I had a long talk with Kayla at one point, and I was telling her, I said, "Yeah, man, I screwed up here, and I screwed up there, and I screwed up, this and that and the other." And she said, "Yeah," she said, "but everybody has to start somewhere, and you learn. The important thing is that you learn from your mistakes. You don't, and sometimes these situations are impossible." I had a friend stop by today to drop off some cat food, and I'm talking to her, and she's telling me about she saw a post in, like, I think it's called Nextdoor or something. I don't know. It's like a community forum, and this woman had two tiny kittens. I think they were bottle babies from the way my friend described it, and they were in a bucket, and she was like saying she was wanting somebody to adopt them. And my friend said, she said, "I was gonna try to get them," she said, "and bring them to you, and that maybe we could figure out a way to help them." But before she could do that, they passed. The woman posted that they passed. And I said, "Well, it sounds like that they were probably taken from the nest because mom probably wasn't there." This is usually what happens. People find kittens. They think mom abandoned them. Yeah, Tiger Woman. They think mom abandoned them. Mom really didn't abandon them. Mom's just off looking for food or taking a break or whatever it is that mom's doing at that time. And then people, they're well-meaning. I'm not saying that their intentions are bad. They're well-meaning because they don't know. It's just like Mrs. Sanford. She did that with one of Lawless's kittens. She didn't know. And she felt so bad afterwards when I explained to her. I said, "Don't take them from the mother." Yeah, mom was mostly hidden. Yeah, the moms hide. So when you take those babies, because the bottle babies, little tiny bottle babies, they need to be kept warm because they can't regulate their temperature very well. So they need to be kept warm. They need to have, if kittens are nice and fat, the mom somewhere nearby. Yep, exactly. They don't, we babies don't have their eyes open either. They can't even see. Their eyes are closed. You have to feed them like every 2 hours around the clock. You have to keep them warm. And if that's not happening, they're probably not going to make it. And so the best thing is to let them, let babies stay in the nest, keep an eye to see if mom comes back or not. And like Tiger Woman said, yeah, and fed, yeah, and I like said, fed every 2 hours. That's what I said. Like Tiger Woman says, if kittens are nice and fat, you know the mom is somewhere nearby. And that's exactly right. And people don't know it's hard. You know, bottle babies are intensive and they're very fragile. Kittens are incredibly fragile. I don't think people understand how fragile they are. They are really, really fragile. And that's why it's important when you have bottle babies should stay in one place. They shouldn't be shuttled between, you know, your house and a friend's house and the aunt's house and this one person's house and because you have to go to work and you can't take care of the baby. I mean, the channel I watched just got a mom with 7 kittens. They thought she was pregnant and saw she was making milk, so they put AirTag on her to find where the kittens were hidden. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. But yeah, you can't be shuttling them around. I did a Maddie's Fund, Maddie's Fund, they're like a foundation. They give money to animal welfare organizations and stuff, but they also do a lot of trainings and things like that. And in this past spring, they had a training. I think they called it like Maddie's Kitten Camp or something. Oh, she had 2 white kittens and 5 black kittens. Oh, and there was a woman. I think she was in the chat. I think she was in the chat, if I can remember correctly. But anyway, someone attending that camp she actually took days off to care for bottle babies because it's that intensive. And she said she's also taken kittens to her work because it's that intensive. You know, you have to have them and you have to keep them warm. You have to keep them, you know. I always tell people the place where I learned a lot was Hannah Shaw, aka the Kitten Lady. I mean, that's a wealth of information. Oh, and the other thing too is that they little babies like that too, they can't eliminate on their own, so you have to stimulate them to pee and poo before feeding and after feeding. So I mean, it's labor intensive. I've personally never done it, but I've watched enough Kitten Lady episodes, and I know people that have done it, and it's a labor intensive thing. It really is. Yep, they need a heating pad or kept in an incubator. Yeah, you have to be careful with the incubators too. Yeah, I still can't, Katachi says, I still can't believe any rescue would let people foster bottle babies when they're not home with them 24 hours a day. I guess that says a lot about that rescue. That's all. Unless they don't know, you know. I don't understand it either. I know that the fostering, they're screaming for fosters, and a lot of that comes from these rescues going to a no-kill model. So now that's what they're doing. They're like, okay, we have all of these animals, what do we do with them? We need fosters because we can't put them here. I even wonder if in that what you're talking about, catitude, I'm even wonder if that if those kittens are even have an intake until they see if they're going to survive or not, just so you know. I guess I guess as long as it's not a euthanasia, I guess as long as it's like a natural death, I guess that's okay. I guess it's just if they're euthanized, that's what counts towards the save rate or against the save rate. I don't know. The whole thing's messed up. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. And it's causing a lot of problems. And people who are, you know, like the person who was blasting that rescue, um, it's kind of interesting because they actually had a negative experience with a no kill, but they're still like singing their praises now and wanting to work with Best Friends Animal Society. So I don't know. Who knows? People just do your research. That's like what the only thing I can say is do your research before you get involved in a rescue. Before you give money to a nonprofit, do your research. There's so many grifters out there. There's so many fakes out there. There's so many people out there that they don't give a shit about the animals. They don't give a shit about the people. They're just looking for money. I mean, and that's sad but true. Our local SPCA is is a model of that. You have a director that has no experience in animal welfare, no experience in human services, has nothing, doesn't and is just got a huge raise. He doesn't even have an office in the SPCA because he can't stand the smell of the animals. And that is a fact that it wasn't. That's actually coming from another rescue that heard that and they looked into it, and the York SPCA actually is paying for their director to be in an office. I think it's in a bank. So they're actually paying. So people that are donating money to the York SPCA to help the animals, it's going to that dude. It's going to his salary, and it's going to him, his cushy little office in a bank somewhere, because he can't stand the smell of the animals. And that was actually corroborated. That wasn't just hearsay. It's not just a rumor. It's fact. It was in the newspaper. It's all public at this point. So, I really suggest to check out Tiny Kittens. They work with feral cats. I will check that out, Tiger Woman, and I kind of think I might have seen that. I will check that out. And if I think it's something that the community will like, I'll put a link to the channel up on the community post. Sadly, one of the babies died during spay surgery last week. Yeah, that happens, unfortunately. Yeah, and you're right, Catitude, totally. They just want the money. That's true. They do. I mean, I've talked to, there is a lot of, I've talked to other people in animal welfare about this, and I've asked them. I said, I don't understand why these people get in this. Why would you get into this field? It's hard. It breaks your heart. There's so much suffering. And their response to me was, it's money. That there's so many bad rescues out there that they don't care. Yeah, PETA. Tiger Woman, PETA's an interesting one. They're they're kind of, I don't know. I understand what you're saying. They're very problematic, but they also have been very outspoken about no kill. I do appreciate that, but they also have been, I mean, I remember I talked to them back when I was having problems with my landlord. My landlord was um, kind of threatening to get rid of the cats, like to have which wasn't going to happen because animal control here only deals with dogs. They don't deal with cats. But she was threatening, and so I had reached out to them, and they basically said to me like the kindest thing you could do is to euthanize the cat. So yeah, PETA is a weird one because I don't really know. I mean, they are problematic, but like Catitude said, they also do get they do get some shit done. So I'm not really sure what to do with them. Personally, I wouldn't give them money. Um, but I don't really give money to any of these organizations because I know that the money generally doesn't go where it really needs to go. I mean, there's not a lot of organizations that use the money the way it should be used. A lot of money, when you give donations, just be aware when you donate to organizations, a lot of times those donations are going to support staff, to support, everyday workings of the organization. Um, it's not always directly going to support the animals. PETA thinks the only best thing is to put all animals down, even if they. Well, yeah, I've heard that too. So that's it. I might actually. There's a there's a channel. I'll have to watch it. There's a channel called Oompaville, and he did a deep dive into PETA. I think Sid Dwyer did too, because Sid Dwyer's another one that he's kind of like an animal advocate. He does a lot of good videos. I mean, there's a lot of good YouTubers out there, the animal welfare YouTubers. They have really good quality videos. They take their time. They do a lot of research. They put together videos that are thoughtful and thought provoking. So is that Oompaville? Is that the one you saw, or Sid? Because I think Sid Dwyer did. I think he did one on that. Sid's done a lot. He's done some really good ones. Both, yeah. Yeah, I really well, Oompaville's more he's he's not strictly animals. He does a lot of other different stuff. But Sid Dwyer, I mean, he does some different things too, but he's does an awful lot of animal welfare deep dives into problematic organizations and people. So, yeah, that's good. Yeah. Oh, the vegan teacher. The vegan teachers, that's insane. I've seen her. That's really insane. But I've just seen so many animal content creators that just get blasted, and there's really no reason for it because they they the animals, you could tell the animals are cared for. Yeah, I'd say more than a few. Yeah, I'd say more than a few. She actually went after Raleigh Link, the one I was talking about earlier that has the horses. And Raleigh, I don't know if she's still a vegan, but she used to be a vegan. I think I don't know if she still is. I don't remember. I don't remember if she's still, or if she had some health issues and had to stop. I don't remember. But anyway, um, yeah. But it's just been something that I've been kind of researching lately. Um, and just why does the animal welfare space attract so many people like this? Yes, I saw that. Yeah, don't feed your cats neither cats nor dogs should be fed a vegan diet, but cats especially, because cats are obligate carnivores. Like, they need to have something like, what is it, 85, 90% of their diet has to be meat, which is why you want to have, they want them to have, yeah, that's why they tell you to give them canned food over dry food. I mean, my cats get dry food, but that's not all that they get. Like, they get a scoop of dry food a day, and that's for everybody. I keep dry food out for the outdoor cats only because I couldn't afford to feed them 2, 3 times a day with, with just canned food. I mean, if I was, a billionaire and I was able to have a sanctuary like Furball Farms or something like that, and, unlimited money that I could care for them the way I'd want to care for them, yeah, that would definitely happen. They'd have the best of everything, but unfortunately, I don't have that. Yeah, raw is best. Well, the problem with raw right now is, and I did I just saw this. I wanted to put this up in the community post for everybody, but um, there was a cat that recently passed from raw because of the avian flu. So that's the problem right now. Um, yeah, raw is best, but canned is next best. Yeah. Yeah, but even, and even that you have to be careful now because of the I wouldn't feed my cats any poultry that wasn't cooked at this point because of the my dog gets both raw and kibble. Yeah, there was one just recently. I can't remember where it was. I'll have to try to find it. I don't remember if I try to tag this stuff and like send it to my email so then I can research it a little more and then put it up for everyone. But there was an incident recently where the cat either was, I don't know if the cat was either euthanized or passed, but it was from the raw food, and I believe it was chicken, made him sick. But we get our food from a butcher, yeah. Well, and you also have to know how to balance that food out. So you almost need a veterinary nutritionist to be able to do that. Somewhere in Philly, my stepmom gets the dog food from. Yeah. I mean, if you can do it, it's great. That's a great thing to be able to feed them like that. Um, I used to feed my cats. I would give my cats raw chicken legs. No, not as their whole diet, but just as like an extra, like a treat, and they loved it. I mean, they just would go nuts with them. But then I started to read more about like cats with FIV, or FIV positive, which my Rogue is FIV positive. He said you really shouldn't give them raw food because they don't have the immune system like a healthy cat does. So I I stopped giving him the chicken legs, but then I was giving them to Fury and the others, and they all loved them. And then Rogue, I would just cook chicken for him and give him the cooked chicken. But with this latest thing with the avian flu, and even like Fury loves that Stella and Chewy's, the freeze dried. But I'm even afraid to feed him that at this point because I don't, it's probably okay, but I'm paranoid about it. I don't want anything to happen to him. So, you know, you got to really be careful with cats for sure since they get kidney disease. Yeah, certain percentages meat, organ meat, bones, vitamins, omega-3s. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, catitude, if you know how to, and if people, that's what I'm trying to say. I mean, if you know how to balance it out, it's great. But I want people to understand it's not as easy as just, oh, I'll just go get some chicken, put it in the blender, and make it as a pate. You have to add all those other things to it, the vitamins, the minerals, whatever. Taurine is a big one. Hi, Mr. Boo. What are you doing down there? Chicken Cat's back. Well, you're back. No, we're not going back outside now. Come here. Come here. Are you going to jump up there? Huh? Come here. You want to jump up there? Okay. Jump up there. I don't know if you can see him. There he is. Mr. Boo. Yeah, it takes tons and tons. Yeah. Yeah, he wants to go outside again. He's brave now. No, we're not going outside again, bud. I have Boulder. I got a big box of I got these big boxes of Friskies at BJ's. If you have a BJ's near you, they have 60 cans. If you're feeding a colony, I got that, so I was trying to separate all of them and put them away, and yeah, he's helping out. Mr. Boo. Mr. Boo. Mr. Boo. Chicken Cat. Tell him Miss Susan will scare him if he goes out now. No, it's not Miss Susan. It's Mrs. Sanford. Obviously, that's not her real name, but I don't want to give her a real name. And it was a joke because when she had the old pickup truck, which died, transmission went out. But when she had that, because I said something to her one day about, I said, I gotta tell you this. I said, I made a video about you, and I said, when she had to clear all that stuff away from her apartment, I said, I miss that. Because I said, those were my props. When I did my videos, I said, and now I don't have it anymore. I said, the giant Coke bottle. I said, all that was, that was a hoot. And she was laughing, and she said, yeah. She said, well, I called myself Mrs. Sanford. She said, I was actually going to stencil Sanford and Son on that truck, or Mrs. Sanford and Son, because her dog was her son. She will always be Mrs. Sanford. I'm going to have to try to get, so I don't know if you could hear this or not when I did the live streams outside, because, we went through a thing, let's put it that way. I think we've worked through it. There was a lot of extenuating circumstances. Let's just put it that way. Because she used to live above me, and a lot of the stuff that happened was exacerbated because of the staff here. And oh, hi. So we were able to kind of work things out. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, there was a lot of stuff. I mean, I won't go into it here, but there was a lot of stuff that was going on that I wasn't aware of, and there was stuff that was going on that she wasn't aware of. And then there were things that we had well, let me just put it this way. We had a staff member that was basically talking behind the tenants' backs and saying things that she shouldn't have been saying. Like, she would say derogatory things about me to Mrs. Sanford, and derogatory things about Mrs. Sanford to me, and then derogatory things about both me and Mrs. Sanford to another tenant. So, yeah. Yeah. So, okay, Mr. Boo. No, you're not going outside. He wants to go outside again. No, we're not going outside again. No. Mr. Boo. Mr. Boo. Mr. Boo. We're not going outside again, Mr. Boo. I'm sorry, but it's not going to... Mr. Boo, I don't want you to knock the thing down. Mr. Boo, come here. Here, turn around. You want to turn around? You don't fall. We're not going outside, bud. We're not. You got scared. You had your chance. You had your chance, and you were a chicken cat. Mr. Boo is a night cat. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's like, yeah, he wants to go outside again, don't you? You're not going outside again. You went out. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you over and over again. If you go out at 8 o'clock, 8:30, there's going to be people out there, and there's going to be a problem. You're not going to... Whoa, whoa. Here, come here. You have to get down. Come on. You're going to knock everything down. There you go. Mr. Bill. If I can't go out, then you are not allowed to talk to your friends. Yeah, he knows. Yeah. But Catitude, he wanted to go out. He was just horrible. Oh, come here, Min. Come here. Here, I'm going to show you to somebody. Look. Look. It's the little celebrity kitty. She's purring right now. Hi. What girls? Which girls? Maleficent? I don't know where she's at. Is that who you're talking about, Tiger? I don't know who you're talking about. This is a cinnamon. And I don't know where Maleficent. I think she might be sleeping somewhere. I don't know where she is right now. Hi, sweet baby. I can't believe she's purring. Usually she doesn't like me to hold her this long. Oh, okay. I don't know where Maleficent is. If she comes by, I'll get her. I think she might be sleeping right now, because she's been quiet for a while. This little girl, she's sweet. I'm going to try to get her. I have to try to get her to get spayed, too. I'll have to look at the schedule, because The low cost ones just, if you don't, you almost have to like wait till they open up. Because if otherwise you have to wait like a month or so. So, why, you're so cute. Look at this so cute little girl. Yes, you are. You're just a baby. You're just a baby. I don't know, Tiger Woman. Maleficent is really tiny, though. You're right. She's very tiny. I just said that to her the other day. And Cinnamon is definitely growing. You want down? Huh? Do you want down? Where's Mr. Boo? I don't know where Maleficent is, but there's Mr. Boo. Oh, you sleepy too. Did you just wake up? Did you? Here's a cute baby. She's a cute baby. Yeah, she's going to push you down. There you go. Okay? You have food, honey. And do you eat all your food? Maybe they eat all their food. Yeah, probably. Oh my gosh, Maleficent. When I got this beard, um, I put it on just to try it out. And I was sitting on the couch, and Maleficent saw me, and her eyes got like, and I'm looking at her, and I said, "Oh, hello, Maleficent," and she's like, she, I'm gonna put it on and walk down to the cats and see what happens. Of course, this stupid internet thing probably won't work, so I can't, I'll have to just try to film it for everyone. But yeah. Oh, there's Maleficent. Hi, Maleficent. Come here. Come here. Maleficent. Come here a minute. Come here. Just 1 minute, baby. You can go back and eat. Oh, she was eating. Here. Here she is. Here's Maleficent. Hi, Maleficente. Maleficent. Maleficent. She's a pretty girl. She's gotten really big, as you can see. She's a baby. Okay, you want to go eat? You want to go eat some more? I'll get you some wet food in a little bit. Yeah, Cinnamon's almost as tall as her already. Yeah, she heard you say her name. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, she's I saw that on Amazon, and I was like, I know this is bad, but I have to get it. Maleficent is, let's see. I'm thinking she was probably born the beginning of December, because she was only around 4 weeks when I brought her in. So she's probably about 10 months old. And Cinnamon, I'd have to look at the calendar to try to figure that out, because when Kayla looked at her, I asked Kayla how old she thought she was at that time. And Kayla said about 12, no, 8 weeks, I think she said. So she's probably about 12 weeks now? No, she's probably older than that. She's probably about 6 months, I'm guessing. Maybe. I don't know, because she wasn't a baby kitten. I mean, she was a kitten, but she wasn't a baby kitten like Maleficent and her siblings were when I pulled them. So, She is. She's growing fast. Yeah, she's really growing. She's really growing fast. She eats a lot too. Yeah. Yeah, she needs to be spayed. See, we have where we took Maleficent, the way they work it is I think like at the beginning of the month they open up the schedule and then you have to have the money up front. Like you can't pay them when you get down there, so that's another thing. And I don't know. I'm trying to like figure out exactly because they used to just be like a spay, like the spay and a rabies shot was $40, but now there's other stuff that they're adding to it. Yeah. Well, I don't think she's gone in heat yet, so I'm hoping that I can get her done before that. I mean, I could take her to the SBCA, but I really don't want to do that. Um, that's the real issue with the low cost is that with the low cost spay and neuter is that they're always so booked and you have to find one. So that's kind of where we're at right now, and Kayla's helping me with that. But then, and see, there's another issue with that rescue that was helping me. They also were like cats that were, if they had extra spots, then if I had a cat, they would take that cat. But see, that's not an option anymore. So, you know, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't want to go through them anymore just because of what happened and because I don't trust that they wouldn't say something stupid, but it still was something. Yeah. Oh, what do you want? Your springy? Okay. She wants me to throw her springy. When we get your springy, here it goes. Oh, the crate, yeah. Oh, crate. Well, and everybody else is spayed and neutered, so that's another thing. Everybody that's in here is done. She's the only one, so I don't have to worry about that. Um, and I don't know. I don't even know if she's 6 months old. Like I said, I'd have to look at the. Yeah, the spring. Yeah. Oh, they love springs. I got them. Where's it here? Ugh. I got them these little mice. I already have cat hair on them. I got them these little mice today, and they just want to play with the springs. Here, you want the mouse? Go get the mouse. Yeah, Catitude. That's I mean, and also they've been having issues. I mean, I'm hearing that they've been having issues with. They're not like sewing them up correctly, and there's been some other issues apparently with the females. If the females like the incision isn't sutured properly. I forget what else, but I just there's the other thing I heard is that they've had like a distemper outbreak, and you know if you take her to the T&R clinic, there's all these cats from outside. They've been exposed to all kinds of stuff. You don't know who has what. So that's wherever you take them to. The place that I want to take her, I mean, if I have to wait a month or so, hopefully cross fingers she won't go into heat before I can get it done. But I just don't know if I'm going to be able to, because like I said, I can't tell them, look, I need to have her done now. And the other place that I would have taken her to, Adams SPCA, Adams is like, well, York SPCA ruined it for people because they decided to do this stupid thing last year. They put in this policy, and I talked about it. I actually did a video on it. We did myself and the other content creator. Um, I would love to like just wipe the channel of every trace of that person, but I need these hours. I can't at this point. When I get a little bigger, maybe I'll be able to do that. But we talked about that, and essentially what the York SPCA decided to do is they put a policy in place that if you find a stray dog, like if I find a stray dog, I go out, feed the cats, and there's a stray dog running around the alley. I can't take that dog to the SPCA myself. I now have to call either the police, animal control. I don't know. There's like a couple different I don't know, a dog warden. I don't know if we have a dog warden. I don't know. There's like 3 or 4 different agencies that you have to call. And then they're supposed to come out and get the dog. And then there's whole big hoopty-doo about they have to look at your license and your ID because they want to make sure that you're not dumping the dog. And I mean, it's just the policy's just horrible the whole way around. It basically implies that people are being shifty, and if you find a dog, it's really your dog and you're just dumping it on the street. And I think, okay, well, I'm sure that happens, but if somebody's trying to help an animal, you should maybe give them the benefit of the doubt before it's proven otherwise. So it got so bad because the police, they're not going to deal with that because the police have their own shit to deal with. I mean, and can you imagine being the person that is being assaulted or mugged or whatever, and you're calling and it's like, okay, well, we'll send Officer blah blah out as soon as he's done transporting a dog. What? Okay, I just got assaulted. And I don't know if the person that did it's still around, going to come back. Why? And your officer's transporting a dog. So, that's just stupid. Yeah, I don't live close to New Jersey. I mean, I guess it would depend where it's at, but probably it's probably going to be a couple hours away. Thank you anyway, though, but I don't think that's going to be an option. So they have a great spay neuter clinic, and they also have a great just low cost spay neuter. That's where I got Niffler and Fury done. They were excellent. What are you doing? Yeah? Got your springy? You want your springy? The vet that did the procedure, he actually used to be in the military, and he took care of the animals because I looked him up. And he had a stellar reputation. So that was great. And it was only I think it was $60. It's more now, but it was like $60 back then. But apparently they won't even deal with anybody from York County anymore because of the York SPCA. Where'd you go, Maleficent? Oh, here. You want me to throw this again? So there's another resource that's gone. There's a place in Lancaster, which is another county away. There's a place, Maryland Line. There's a couple of places around. Maryland Line's the one that did Maleficent, and they did a really good job. So I'd like to try to get her there. The vets are so busy lately. It's been so hard to get any appointments. Yeah. Well, the law and the low cost spay neuter have always been hard. That's always been a hard thing to do because you have so many people that just can't afford that, what, 300, 400, $500 to go to a private vet, when they can do it, just as well. I mean, I had a friend whose vet told her, I was kind of irritated about this because I told her when she got a kitten, she adopted a kitten, and I told her, I said, take the kitten to the Adams. That's where I took mine. She said, oh no, I don't want to do that because my vet said that's just like an assembly line. I'm like, well, yeah, it is kind of like an assembly line, but they know what they're doing. you know, it's not that they don't treat them like they're just a number. I mean, they do care for them. When I took Niffler, he I had his crate lined with the pee pads. I had it like wrapped around a pad. Uh, there's like kennel pads that fit inside the carrier, and he messed in it. He didn't do well with the anesthesia. The anesthesia really messed him up, and he was really like, I think he was seeing, he was just paranoid. He was seeing, I don't know, he was seeing things dance. He was seeing pink elephants dancing around his head or something. Fury, on the other hand, he comes out like, "Hey, mom, what's up?" that was, and Nif's like, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." That was the difference between them. And Niffler, he had messed himself, and they put a new pad in for him, and they were like trying to calm him down, and I talked to the I think it was a vet tech, and she said, yeah, she said, people say that, it's just an assembly line. She said, but we care about everyone that comes in here. We don't look at them as, she said, I guess technically it is like an assembly line, but that's not how we look at our patients. So, see, all the fosters I watch are now keeping them to their 14 weeks because no one wants to get them fixed till they are older. Before it was 8 weeks and 2 pounds. That's strange. There's places here that you can get neuters for 40, but you also have to get all the vaccines too. Yeah, catitude, and that's another issue. It's like they want, now I think they have to get the distemper and the rabies. Now I think it's only like $20. I think it's like $10 for both. Like, I mean, each, there's like $10 for the rabies and $10 for the distemper, so it's actually like $60. I think. I don't know why all of a sudden now they're requiring distemper, because that's not a core vaccine. It doesn't make sense to me. And also, generally, you don't want to give both at the same time. You should have 2 weeks between them. So I'm not sure why they're requiring people to do that. I'll have to look into that a little more. I don't get it. Purple elephants, yeah. So, I mean, I think, yeah, I don't have my calendar or anything close by me, but when I got Cinnamon, why is it saying that? It keeps saying, it just flashed, you're live. It's like, yeah, I know I'm live. I think I'm going to go back to StreamYard. I'm kind of irritated with this. It's been an irritate between the influx of trolls that always seem to happen when I go through. That's one of the main reasons I don't like to use YouTube streaming. What you're, yeah, it just flashed and said, "You're live." I'm like, yeah, I've been live for the last almost 2 hours. I, it's weird. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand it. I think YouTube's gonna try to upgrade their live streaming system. That's kind of like the I don't know, that's kind of the vibe that I get from them. But I don't know. I mean, I had so in this I think I've explained this before, but with this community partner program, your community partner manager, who they're not just yours, they have a whole bunch of people, but they do watch your stuff. I mean, I was really kind of shocked. I really didn't think that it was all pre-recorded. It's going to be. It's much easier to pre-record it, I'll tell you. Um, I didn't even realize that she looks at the people's stuff. Hi, aloha. Um, because I got an email saying, "Oh, you haven't streamed lately. I haven't seen you haven't streamed for a while. Do you need any help? Do you need any support?" Like, okay, wow. So you're watching the channel. Wow. Well, hi, Jade. Nice to meet you too. Um, yeah, I just kind of thought that was kind of strange. So they do watch, apparently. I think they also, before they even invite you in the program, they look at everything. So, it kind of makes me wonder, though. It's like, if you're watching, how do you not see the crap that was going on here from, certain people? But whatever. So anyway, you do what you can do, She'll get done. We'll get her. We'll get her a spade. Oh, did I get the hype? Oh my God, the hype thing. Catitude, I can't. This hype thing, I'm confused. I'm not sure exactly what it does. I don't think I got an email on it either. No, I think I did. I don't remember. I get so many emails from them at this point. But the weird thing with this hype, this is hysterical. So the other day, I'm looking at one of my video that I made, okay, on my channel. And I'm trying to look at the comments, and it keeps giving me this thing. It says, do you want to hype this video? Do you want to turn on hype or something? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? So I click it, then it comes and it says, you can't hype your own video. I'm like, okay, well then why'd you ask me? I mean, you asked me if I wanted to hype it. I said, yeah, now you're telling me I can't hype my own video. I mean, okay, I didn't know. I mean, I know I can like my own videos, but I can't hype my own videos? Okay, so then how do I do that? And then I couldn't figure out, and I was like, I was trying to get the damn thing off, and it wouldn't go off. And I just wanted to see the comment. I'm like, how do I get to the comments? And then finally I figured you have to like swipe it this way to... No, but you have to turn on select. Well, I did. That's what I thought. See, that's what I thought they meant. I thought they said, I thought that's what they meant. Do you want to turn it on? So I clicked it, but then it told me, it said, you can't hype your own video. Like, okay. Jesus. Hello. Hi, James. So, I have no idea. I don't know what it does. Um, okay, hype is set by YouTube. It's like pushing you out on the algorithm, recommended to people who has similar interests. Oh, wow. Wow. Great. Thank you for that. Glad somebody knows something on this channel because I sure as hell don't. Oh, thank you, James. Wanna try to hype your own videos? How selfish. But you know, you can only hype channels from a mobile device. I don't. Well, I can't hype my own video, Catitude, so what does it matter? I mean, YouTube's made it very clear. You cannot hype your own video. I guess that content creator's right. I am Wanda. I like that. I think that could, oh, this is great. Catitude, you'll love this. You'll love this. Oh, thank you, Aloha. So, okay, so Catitude today my friend Susan stopped by, dropped off some cat food, okay? So, I'm talking to her about, I told her, I said I was telling her about I need to get my cats like the Fancy Feast Petites, and I said I tried to, I was going to get it through Chewy, and you have to have $50 for that, and then I was going to do it on Amazon, and I was telling her like all this stuff that I was going to do, and it was we were just kind of going back and forth, and she said, I'll get you, I'll get you some of the petites. She said, how do I, she said, how do I like donate to your PayPal account? So I was trying to show her this on the channel. I'm showing her the description, showing her where the PayPal is. And we're like looking at it, and it said, oh man, you got to make an account. And I said, I don't know. I said, nobody really uses the PayPal. Once in a while somebody will throw some money in there, but usually people just get stuff off the Amazon wish list because they know I'm cool with that. That works because I'm going to just use it for cat food anyway. So what's the difference? So she says, she's looking at so she looks at the Amazon wish list, and she's looking down here, and she's, oh yeah, you have all these little, the petites are there. So we're trying to figure out how to, she's trying to figure out how to get these petites. So, she's trying to look up the channel, and she's going through it, and she goes, oh, that's not you. I'm like, well, it's the Armchair Cat Advocate. She said, yeah, but that's not you. So I said, well, let me see. She shows me the she shows me a screenshot of me dressed up as Heather Stupid. And she said, well, that's not you. I said, Susan, that is me. That was me as a character. I thought I was bent over laughing. It was so funny. It's just, so we finally figured out. We finally figured out how to. She just ended up buying it off of Amazon and having it sent to her. She said, I'll just when I get it, I'll get it to you. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, Heather Stupid. I don't know, maybe I should bring that character back. That was a fun character, actually. I like doing that character. That was pretty fun. I mean, I have that one. I have Wanda. I have Wanda Whiskers. Oh, and Catitude. You remember me? Do you remember me telling you a while back? I think I actually sent you a picture of this. But do you remember the puppet? I got the puppet. I have the puppet. It's in the drawer right now. I just haven't got it out. Do you want to see the puppet? Do you want me to show you the puppet? I'll go get you the puppet. What are these guys doing over here? Yeah. Enjoy my clutter. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Here. Can I get by? What the heck? Oh, you didn't even eat all your food. You guys still have food. Nice and Clutter stream takeover. Clutter. You're originally from Hawaii, but living in the UK now. We have my mod is actually from the UK. Okay, you ready, Catitude? Oh, I still have I'll have to take the tag here. Hang on a minute. I know Catitude's gonna love this. The rest of you may not understand why I have a puppet, but trust me, it's really funny. Okay. All right, Catitude, you ready? Catitude! What are you doing now? Why do you say that? Why you come in my stream and say those things about me? Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! And look, see, Catitude, look at that. Tell me that isn't. What happened to Catitude? Did she fall over? Oh, that sounds terrible. What are you doing? Are you playing? You gotta do. See, I'm just, I have to remove the ribbons. I don't have to, I kind of like tack those back. But look at that. Doesn't that look eerily similar to? I mean, this is the yeah, Catitude faded. I bet she did. She knew I was gonna get it. And we got to get a name. We got to get a name for it now. But yeah, I'm just gonna tack it back like that, and take those ribbons off. Well, maybe I'll leave the ribbons on. Maleficent's trying to play with it. You want to play with it? Do you want to go in the attic, little kitty? Cindy. Oh, that's a good name, Cindy. This is great. No, I mean, Granny, it's yeah, that's not really, but it doesn't really look like a granny. Granny Cindy. No, I think Polly. Oh, Polly could work. I kind of like Cindy though. Cindy's like kind of like, we can have, you know, Amy. How about Cat Lady Karen? Jessica. Oh, that might work too. Over here. No, you don't need to play with it. What do you want? You want to play with the puppet? Miss Cindy Polly. Although, Catitude, they do have a grandma in that in that series. They do have a grandma, Jessica. I don't know, maybe here's an idea. Miss Piggy. How about Kiki? Kiki the crazy cat lady. Jessica. Yeah, and every time you come in the chat, Catitude, and you cause problems, you're going to get told. Come into my stream and cause problems all the time. The only time I see you is when you come into the stream and you want to say stuff. You don't care any other time. I never hear from you any other time except when I can come in here and you cause problems. I should ban you. I'm going to ban you. You like Kiki? Okay, well, let's call it Kiki the cat lady. Kiki will slap you if you are bad. Yeah, I think this could be fun. I have to think about Catherine Tate. I'll slap you with the ban button, yeah. Well, Catitude is problematic, so we know all about Catitude. So yeah, I mean, put up a poll. Well, I have to fix the hair first because these things just aren't working right. I mean, it looks better like this. I just when I first saw this, I thought, oh my God. I couldn't have done it better myself. It's just uncanny. You want to talk uncanny valley? Look at that. I mean, that's just and even it's pink. Well, I can't really do that though. I don't think that because I think this is, yeah, see, this is sewn on there. This is just the same. This is just this is fabric. It's not it's put over this. So about really the only thing I can do is just kind of pull and I kind of want to keep I don't want to really cut the pigtails off, because I might, multi-purpose, multi-use. Yeah, it's close enough. Well, yeah, I think like this. Well, not bald now, though, because the hair's growing back, right? So. But they do have a granny. They have a granny. And sometimes a cat toy for, yeah, Maleficent's like, she's looking at it like, I don't know where she went. Maleficent. Hello, Maleficent. Hello. Would you like to go in the attic? I put you in the attic, Maleficent. Oh, really? So was Jessica problematic, or is Jessica problematic? Because I'm okay. We can go with Jessica. I'm okay with that one. Evil twin Wanda. Oh, she was a nightmare. Okay. Well, then maybe we'll go with Jessica. Although my friend Susan's daughter is named Jessica, but that's, but we won't, we're not going to involve her, so. Yeah, you could, I mean, yeah, this could be, well, yeah, I can be Wanda. I'm Wanda, and this is the evil Wanda. Hey, you have something there, Tiger Woman. I like that. So yeah, we can, we'll just, she can be the evil Wanda when she has these pigtails, and she can be the evil Jessica when she doesn't. Okay, well then we're going to go with Jessica. I don't know what happened. When Catitude comes back from the bathroom break, she'll be the deciding vote. She'll have to look at the chat. Yeah, you gotta have some fun with this stuff, right? I mean, the best defense is the best. What is it? The best offense is a good defense, or something like that. What's the matter, Maleficent? You guys have a little bit of food over there. I did feed you, and I guess I need to feed them again. Oh, come on. We have lots of fun. We do. We have lots of fun. We do all kinds of crazy stuff. Or I do all kinds of crazy stuff. And I have 3 other managers on here that are just the same kind of crazy. Yeah, we can definitely. I can work with Jessica. Yeah, the angry cat, Jessica, the angry cat lady. There we go. That's a winner. Okay, then okay, so we might have to change the personality a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Oh, we can make a, what do they call it? An amalgamation. Is that how you pronounce that? We can do a mishmash of. Yeah. Okay. So this is Jessica. Hi, Jessica. Shut the fuck up. Wow. Jessica's not a nice person. See what people are saying. Her catitude. I don't like her. Her catitude. Fuck off, catitude. Wow, catitude. She doesn't like you for some reason. YouTube will go crazy. I can see. really like your sister's attitude. Tiger woman. I do what I want. Who you tell me what I can and can't do? Can we block that bitch? Whoa. Oh, she needs a southern accent. Wow, I'll have to work on that. It's been a long time since I've done a southern accent. Oh, wow. Yeah, we can definitely do Jessica the Evil Cat Lady. I'm crying. So now I'll have to come up with some good skits for this one. I was trying to figure out how to work this in because yeah, it's just too funny. If you I can't like give the whole background of of this character, but yeah. Yeah, so I suffice it to say it's someone that's probably has a personality very close to your sister's. But they're a crazy cat lady. They truly are. I think a southern accent though, that yeah, that could work. I don't know. Hello. Once I get the southern accent down, yeah. No, Jessica's asleep. No, I'm just happy to have. I just want to be able to tell off catitude. So, yeah. So you're gonna have to like type something in the chat catitude and like ask, if I stop smoking, even though I don't really smoke. It's an inside joke thing, but oh, so you guys are very close in age. That's kind of funny because my yeah, catitude is she's bad. She's a bad person. Yeah, my friend has two daughters, and they're close in age like that. Yeah, I'm glad I got this now. I've been waiting to like pull it out. I didn't know what to do with it. Catitude, she needs to be timed out more. I don't know, where is she? Where'd she go? She did was back. Now she's gone again. She's probably looking at other she's probably looking at other channels and causing problems over there. Oh no, I can try the southern accent. That's not really good, but I guess it's okay. um, Hi, my name is Jessica, and I really don't like that catitude. She's a POS. You know what that stands for? No, we don't need to hear it. We don't need to hear it, Jessica. Just please don't. No. But I want to tell you, and I don't want to hear it. Can you just? Can I whisper it to you? Yeah, okay. Piece of shit. Oh, Jesus. She's back. Okay. But just try to be nice, okay, Jessica? I don't like her. Okay. Well, why don't you like Attitude? I told you. She's a... okay, you don't know. You don't need to say anything more. You don't need to say anything more. YouTube's eating your comments. Ask her if she's a pick. But she is. So how many cats do you have, Jessica? Well, let me see. I I think at last count it was about 352. I, you don't have that many cats. No, you're right. It's more like 500. 500 cats? So where do they all sleep? In the attic? Don't tell me you actually keep 500 cats in your attic. Yeah, why not? I don't think that's a good place for a cat to be. Really? Why not? I got a fan up there for it. Them, I mean. I still don't think that's a good place. Cat dude, you can go, and you know what you can do? You can go and Jessica. Oh, YouTube's watching. Oh, it's okay, Aloha. We've all got our challenges. We have a special subscriber on here. His name is Mark. You'll probably meet him at some point. And I have a special cat, a colony cat, that has his head's tilted like kind of like that. And his name's Mark because he's special too. Yep, everyone's welcome. Yep. Even YouTube hates her. I don't think YouTube hates her. I don't even think YouTube knows it. No, she said YouTube hates her. I can see why, because she's a piece of... shit. Jesus. Do you know Uncle Jack? Do I know Uncle Jack? Do I know Uncle Jack? I, do I know Uncle Jack? Yes, I do. Really, you know Uncle Jack? Yes, I do. Okay. So, how long have you known Uncle Jack? I've known him a long, long time. And what we do is all business. Oh, okay. Well, this is getting interesting now. So, I haven't seen Uncle Jack for a while. Have you, Catitude, have you heard anything from Uncle Jack? So, is you know where he is? Yep, I do. Where is he? In my attic. So Uncle Jack is kept in her basement. So he's in the attic with 500 cats. Yep, and he loves it. Well, that's a bit weird. Are you sure? Because that doesn't sound right to me. I don't know. Your eyes look a little glazed over. Have you been, I don't know, doing something maybe you shouldn't be doing? I don't know what you mean. I haven't done anything like that in a long, 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 long time. Okay. We're going to take your word for it. Someone needs to, yeah, I know. That's what I'm hearing. And I emailed and I didn't get any response, so I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Yeah. Because I looked at his channel too, and I don't know what's going on. I haven't heard anything. Um, I hope he's okay. It is weird. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, hopefully he's okay. And I mean, I know, yeah, because yeah. Actually, I did, and I never got a response, so I don't know. And it didn't go come back or anything, so it had to be that email. So I don't know. I just wonder. I'm hoping that his something didn't happen to his dog because that would have devastated him. Yeah, I know. I don't know. I can try again, but yeah, I didn't even realize it. Actually, Mark said something in the comments, and one of I don't know. This is a while back. This was a couple weeks ago, and he said something about asked if I had heard about him and heard from him, and I mean we weren't like close or anything like that, despite what certain people, the rumors that certain people were spreading. There wasn't a relationship. And just, put that out there. There was no relationship. There wasn't anything like that going on. We were just friends. And we weren't even, and we weren't even like that. We were just kind of like casual friends. We weren't even like close. Oh, you're changing your username to Jade. Okay. That's good to know. Well, either he's busy or I hope that nothing happened to Dozer, but Dozer was having a lot of problems. So I don't know. And I don't know anybody. I don't know like any of, the next time I do a live, see if oh, what is her name? Sweet Scorpio, I think is her name. Because some of the people that go to his lives would come onto mine. So if any of them come in, I'll ask if anybody knows, just I don't need to know details, just want to know if he's okay. I don't know, I don't really know what was going on. Well, did you see the live Dozer was when Dozer wasn't able to walk? Did you see that? Did you see that live, Catitude? Because he was a mess. There were people in the chat saying to him, you need to like just stop the stream and go take care of business. Yeah. So I don't know if he would. He may not. That might, because not everybody's. I like when I found out about Lucy, I immediately came on and told everybody, but I did that because I knew that I would probably be missing in action and I knew people would worry about me. So I think that as a content creator, that's just courtesy. You know, no matter how bad you feel, if you know you're going to like need to take time, no, I just feel like you have to, I just feel like that's something I have to do. I'm not speaking for every content creator, but I just feel like, I feel like that, you know, my subscriber, people subscribe to this channel, they're here, they're supportive. I think that's only appropriate. I don't know, maybe he is. I mean, I know there's some stuff that happened, because he did, I mean, the last thing that I saw, I don't know if it's still up, but he was, and I, you know, I'm guessing it's okay to say this because he did post it publicly, and he did talk about it on, because he would come on my live stream sometimes, but there was an incident where he was very intoxicated and took off all his clothes, and luckily nothing was seen that, you know, YouTube would have like, okay, we're taking the channel down now. But I know that it wasn't long after that he came out and he was talking about how he wasn't happy with the channel and he wasn't happy with the direction that his channel was going. And one of his friends, I can't remember which one of his friends on the show had said, had and encouraged him to go get some help, that he may have a problem. I mean, and this is not like, I'm not gossiping, I'm not trying to spread rumors, I'm not trying to violate his privacy. He actually said this on a stream. You know, this was like on a stream. And I had reached out to him after that and he didn't reply. So I just left it go because I'm like, okay, well, that's, you know, that's his, and I don't feel like I know him well enough to push boundaries like that. You know, it's like, I know him casually. I know him from, you know, we had we knew someone, we both know someone and was unfortunately involved with someone that screwed us both over. And that's how we, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering, Tiger Woman. But yeah, he said that. I mean, and that was, I don't know if it's still on there, but I remember him. He did a whole. I think it was a live stream, because I think that's pretty much all he did was live streams. But I think he did a whole live stream and he just talked about that and said how he wanted to, because I don't know, was it the guy with the puppet? Was he the one? Do you remember Catitude? I can't remember who it was. It was one of his friends from the show, one of his close friends from the show. And I kind of just like, okay, well, he has close friends that I'm not going to insert myself in his life like that because it's really none of my business, number one. I mean, I emailed him and let him know, you know, if he needs anything that, you know, I'll help however I can, but I wasn't going to push anything. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, and if he's dealing with a lot of stuff, because he was in bad shape that night with Dozer. I mean, it just seems weird. If it was just something that he was just really busy, he probably would put something up, I would think. But you know, I mean, because most content creators, especially if you have a job outside of this and you're busy and you know you're not going to have time, like this week and next week are going to be busy for me. So that's kind of why I'm doing this tonight, because it's just easier than trying to do a video and do the thumbnail and everything else. This I can just stream it, and when I'm done, it's done. But I hope he's okay. I do. I hope he's okay, because Jack isn't a bad guy. He's a little rough around the edges, but he's not a bad guy. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm soon going to have to, because it is 1:30 here. And they've eaten. The babies are looking for some more food. So I'm going to have to leave soon. But I haven't done, you know. Well, that's I'm hoping. I hope, that everything's okay, and that's that's probably, if that's what he's doing, that's probably a good decision, because he's been through a lot. They will get hungry and eat me. Yeah, I don't know where they went. Oh, she's sleeping. Well, Cinnamon's over sleeping. I don't know where Maleficent is. Cinnamon's over, snuggled up on the cat tree. It's 6:30 a.m. here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying, Aloha, I'm trying to do, and I've done this before. I'm trying to do more kitten food. Tiger Woman, they all eat the kitten food. It's insane. Like, I put kitten food out for the kittens, and Rogue's eating it, Fury's eating it, Masu's eating it. All of them are eating it. Niffler's eating it. They, they have their grown up food over there. But yeah, Aloha. Um, I'm trying to do more late night streams for that reason, to hit the UK people, because I know that YouTube is so, it's really it's dominated by the United States. So we don't have, there's not as many people in the other countries doing YouTube, as so kind of everything's based off of the US. I like these late. Remember the ones that went to 3? Yes, the 8-hour ones. The ones of Uncle Jack would come on. US and Japan, yeah. Yeah, because I saw, was it a video, or I don't know, I forget where I saw it, but they were actually discussing, they were people from the UK, and that was actually, they were content creators that were actually discussing that, how YouTube is like set up for US time, and not for the European time, UK time, other countries' time. Yeah, Jack was on those. Yeah, Jack. Yeah, Jack would come in at 1 o'clock, and then it would be, oh Jesus, I'm not getting off of here anytime soon. But the guy with the puppet, I love that. I just love that. That was so freaking funny. I just love that guy. He's great. He's really talented too. I mean, I think if I had it to do over, I'm not dissatisfied with the Cat Advocate, but I don't know. I think I would do something more. Like, I'd still have the cats in it, but I would do something more like a variety kind of thing. Because I'm thinking like that's one of the things that I'm thinking about as far as the doing the memberships. And I'm thinking that maybe that could be part of the memberships, is the memberships could be streams like just anything goes. Yeah, I was going to yeah, I could do that. I can still do that. Um and the other thing that, well, since, we have a couple people here, um because people might watch this, and I can always do another stream and talk about it at a more reasonable time where people are. I used to have a tabby cat. Now I have a blue collie dog. Aw. Yeah, the blues are pretty. I know exactly what you're talking about. They are really pretty. So, okay, so here's what I'm thinking about doing. This is one of the things that I've been mulling over to, and this is kind of why I'm at the point where I just don't want to deal with these content creators anymore. I don't want to put energy into them anymore. I don't want to put thought into them anymore. I don't want to respond to them anymore. You know, what do I call a reasonable time? Well, a reasonable time for most people is not now, catitude. I mean, in the US, like on the East Coast, most people are not going to start watching live streams at 20 of 2 in the morning. So I think like a reasonable time to talk to the community would be like, you know, early evening, maybe like around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. Um, so that people are, because like central time would be, so if I did a stream at 6, let's say I did a stream at 7. So if I do a stream at 7, central time is going to be like 6 o'clock. Um, I think out in the West Coast, it's like 2 or 3 hours behind. So people are still going to be able to see it. So for like the US people, I think like 6, 7, maybe even 8 would be a more reasonable time. If you want to really talk to the community, like, because I do want to talk to the community, but I'll just run it by, since you're here, I'll run it by you now, because I'm kind of like, I've been formulating this for a while, and I still don't have it all planned out, but um, he has one blue eye and one brown. Oh, yeah. Don't they call them? Do they call them merle? The blue, is that the color? They call it blue merle or something like that. Yeah, 2 a.m. last time I was sleeping. Yeah, I'm usually out with the cats. um, so here's what I'm doing. Okay, I was gonna wait till I had it all set up to announce it, but I'm just gonna go. Yeah, I think it's blue merle too, catitude. So one of the things that I wanted to do with this channel, and it's something that I wanted to do for a while. I thought about starting a nonprofit a while back. And the more I looked into it, the more it's like, oh, this is really hard. This is a lot of crap, and it's a lot of money, and it's a lot of time, and it's just like, it's just really hard to do. So I never really lost that idea, but it just kind of morphed into something different over time. So one of the things that, I wanted to do with this channel specifically, because for those of you who are new to the channel, this wasn't my idea. This was actually someone else's idea that I I let them talk me into it. I'm not going to say they talk me into it because, I'll take responsibility. I let them talk me into it. It's not something that I want to do. I don't have a lot of time for it. And I still go back and forth between, do I want to stay? Do I want to go? But so many people seem to enjoy it. And, I think we have a nice community built here. We have a lot of good networking opportunities. And I see a lot of potential for other things that will really help, uh, not just my local community, but the people from all across the United States and other countries that tune in here. So the one thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to do something. I'm not sure how to do it yet, but I really wanted to start like a mutual fund. So say that somebody, no, like Tiger Woman. Okay, so say Tiger Woman in New Jersey. Say that she needs help with a spay, or I don't know, something, she needs something, one of the cats needs something, and it's maybe a couple $100. I was looking at doing like a mutual fund where people could contact me, kind of look over and see what they need, and then, I mean, it would be paid directly to the vet or whoever. It wouldn't just be given to the person for obvious reasons, because I can't vet everybody, and I learned my lesson from the former manager that even the people that you think you can trust, you can't always trust. And I really don't want people giving money and then somebody takes it and goes out and buys a $900 bed for their daughter or whatever, when they're supposed to be spending it on setting up a nonprofit or paying for a vet bill. So I was thinking about, some kind of a mutual fund. I'm not sure exactly how to implement that. So what I'm thinking of doing, that kind of led to talking to HAAS, which is an organization I've been involved with, which is the Human Animal Support Services. And what they do is they go to like animal welfare organizations and they help them maintain the human animal bond. So they'll kind of look over their policies and everything and see like, okay, how can we help you be more give better customer service to the humans so that the humans can better support the animals, that kind of thing. And I sat down and I talked with someone, and I actually they sent an email. They said we're giving free consults to people that are partner, because I'm a partner with their organization. They're pretty much anybody can be a partner. It's not like an elitist thing or anything like that. They pretty much allow anybody to be a partner, but the people that are partner, they were like they were saying, okay, well, you can set up a consultation. So I did that, and I waited because I wanted the people that truly are in animal welfare, that are nonprofits. I didn't want to take any space from them, so I let them go first, and then after a period of about a couple weeks, because this went on for about like a month, and they still had spaces, so I registered for one. And I don't make videos. I used to have a TikTok, but I left due to trolls and haters. People used to bully me because of my disability, so I no longer do videos of my sign language to song. Oh, that's a shame. Yeah. These platforms have a real problem with trolls and haters and bullies. They really do. I would love to see your stuff. Yeah, I hope you find a way back to that, because I think that could reach a lot of people and touch a lot of people. That's just my personal opinion. And believe me, I've been harassed by three of them for over a year. Finally, it died down, and now it's kind of peaked a little bit because, you know, they got views off of me in the drama. So, I'm just kind of at the point where I'm just like, yeah, I'm not giving it energy anymore because when I give it energy, then that gives them momentum to do more shit. So let them rage, let them do whatever they want to do, let them make their stupid little videos, let them call me whiskers, or I mean, one of them did a video because I was between waxing, of all stupid things. I mean, it's just stupid. This is a grown woman. This is like a woman in her 40s. And because I was between waxings, and this camera on this phone is really sensitive, and it picked it up, and I didn't notice it until after I did the video, and I thought, I'm not going to reshoot it. Who cares? Nobody really cares. Nobody else complained about it. But every little thing, oh my God, like, my hair right now, like, oh my God, your hair's greasy. Well, yeah, because I was outside with the cats. I didn't wash my hair yet. Okay. So, plus I was depressed and other things. So yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. But the thing is that you can't let them win, because if you give up something that you love that could actually touch people, then, they don't care. I mean, they go to bed at night with a smile on their face, and personally, the three bitches, I don't want them to have smiles on their faces. So guess what? They can just figure out a way to make their own content. They're still probably going to use me somehow, but whatever. You know, it is what it is. So anyway, getting back to this idea, and that's fine. That's fine. If you don't feel ready, then take your time. But I hope, I hope someday, because it sounds like it's really cool what you were doing. It sounds really cool. So anyway, I was thinking about how to help people, and one of the things that when I talked to this woman from Haas, I told her what I wanted to do, and I said, I know it's not really animal welfare, but really what I want to do is, the whole idea behind the initial nonprofit was to basically provide integrated case management for people and their pets. So basically, like Mrs. Sanford, when she moved in, she had no income. She didn't get her disability yet. She had no income. Her dog needed a rabies shot to be able to move in, and she wasn't going to move in without the dog. So they had to figure out a way for her to get the rabies shot. Now, I actually think she ended up like borrowing the money or something to get the dog over, but it was stressful, and it shouldn't be. I mean, a dog not having a rabies shot shouldn't prevent somebody from being housed. Wow, 13K. Well, that's quite an achievement. How many of the haters have that kind of a following? I mean, I know, the one person that was harassing me, they're not even at 5,000K yet. I mean, I'm not either, obviously. But she recently had a spike in her channel, but the only reason was because she live streamed from a very popular tourist attraction, and that's how she got the subs. So unless she does something like that, or she does some kind of drama shit, she doesn't get a whole lot of subs. Like, it doesn't, So I just kind of look at it. Just look at it like that. It's like, okay, all right, Aloha. Have a good morning, because you're starting your day. Have a good day. So anyway, let's get back to the nonprofit. So I was talking to her, and I'm not really not sure what to do with this, because this is my idea. I want to be able to help. I want to be able to help the people. I mean, I don't want to be a case manager. I don't want to be a social worker. That's not what I want. But I want more of like a clearinghouse where, someone can come and say, I need XYZ for my pet. And then while they're there, it can also say, hey, well, what do you need? Just like working with people that have cat colonies. A lot of times folks will be feeding cats, and they're not getting them spayed and neutered. And they're not getting them spayed and neutered because they don't have the money to do it, or they just don't understand the importance of it. And instead of people helping them, people are like, oh my God, you have all these cats and you're feeding them and you're not doing anything and blah, 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 blah. Where if they just kind of knocked on the door and said, you know, can I help you with the cats? And while I'm here, it looks like your roof needs a little repair. Well, hey, my husband could do that, or my friend could do that, or I could do that, or whatever. That's the kind of thing that I wanted to do. And the Haas, the woman, the representative from Haas, she said that's exactly the kind of philosophy that they have. So we talked a little more, and she came up with, instead of a nonprofit, well, this can eventually be a nonprofit, but she said, like, the quick and easy way to do this is to start a coalition. And, a coalition here. I have a name and everything. I have a name. I'm not going to give it out right now, but I have a name that I was going to use for the nonprofit, so I'd use that for the coalition, but I'm not going to give it out for obvious reasons, because you don't know who's listening, and somebody else may have a coalition, something with the same name. So I'm not going to give out the name. I mean, I don't care. They can start a coalition. That's great if they want to start a coalition for the community, but they're not taking the name. So we discussed this a little further, and I'm like, okay, that could work. And she gave me a whole bunch of resources. She gave me contacts. She gave me contacts of organizations that have done this, and people that I can talk to further. And, they were really a big, big help. So I talked to Kayla about this, and because Kayla doesn't really want to do rescue anymore, which I don't blame her. I mean, she wants to take care of her kid, and her daughter does have some health issues, and so she's, that's part of the reason why she wants to be home right now. But I did talk to her about possibly helping out with the coalition. So it wouldn't really be rescue. It would be more like, again, like with Mrs. Sanford. So Mrs. Sanford's dog was really itchy and having some like scaly skin, and Kayla looked at him and told her what to use, because she's had pit bulls too, and she said pit bulls are notorious for having these skin issues, and she said this is what you can use, it's over the counter, or you don't need prescription. Then she used it, and dog's really doing good. So like when somebody else that I know asked because she couldn't get out to the vet to get the cat distemper. So in Pennsylvania, anybody can give a distemper shot. It's not, you can buy them at Tractor Supply and then you can administer them yourself. You don't have to have a vet do that. Only rabies. Rabies, you have to have a licensed vet do a rabies shot. So Kayla actually went over and did the shot for this person, to help him out because they couldn't get the cat to a vet. So I'm talking to her about this, and then, because she's continued to help me as well. And we're talking about the problem is that because she left the rescue, no longer has a relationship with that rescue, she doesn't have access to any of, like, the microscope, slides for fecal samples, things like that. She doesn't have any of that now. So that's a big drawback. And so what I want to do, and again, I'm just going to do this, and if people want to participate, they can. If they don't, that's fine. No hard feelings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a GoFundMe. I've thought about this long and hard. I talked to her, and I said, I'm going to start a GoFundMe. And I'm going to start it at around $5,000. And the reason for that is because she needs everything. Like, she needs a microscope. She needs big ticket stuff. A microscope, microchips, vaccines, I should say. The SNAP test for feline AIDS and leukemia. All those things, and they're all expensive. The vaccines with the 3-in-1 with feline leukemia is like almost $300. So all of this stuff is really expensive. And what we're planning on doing is starting here, and I better plug my phone in. It's giving me a warning. Starting here in, local, and working on a model for this coalition here. And, stupid thing. It's telling me it's slow charging. There we go. Okay, now I think it's okay. So, working on a model here first, and then branching out. Because what we want to eventually do, and what Kayla has been doing, has been giving, we've had people email, we've had different subscribers email about cat behavioral questions, and, Kayla's talked to them about it. Like, what do you do with a cat that's attacking another cat, or what do you do, or when is the appropriate time to, to spay and neuter, and, different questions that she's had, that people have had. If it's something that she can answer, that isn't like, of course you can't get vet advice, not that kind of thing, but like behavioral questions, like how do you integrate a cat that's lived outside to inside, kind of things like that. People have had questions about, and she's helped with that. So we want to continue to do stuff like that. We want to do it on a bigger scale too, but right now we want to, start local and start working on that coalition and getting that, working on a model here that we can maybe take to other places, or we can help people set up the same kind of thing in their community. And, that way people have a resource that they may not. And that was one of the reasons why I responded to that person who was giving me a hard time about supporting that rescue in Arkansas. I I was invited into a Haas focus group, and we had a couple of people there that have animal welfare organizations in the South, and it's really, really difficult there. And they were asking for help, and they were trying to figure out how can we help our communities. So I think this is a way that the Armchair Cat Advocate, because we are education and advocacy, that we could ultimately help people across the country, maybe even across the world. Not immediately, but the immediate need right now is we need to get Kayla restocked so that she can help this community, because we have so many people who they love their animals, they just don't have access to vet care, they can't get the distemper thing, or they can't afford it, or there's something simple or a behavioral issue that could be the difference between them keeping their housing and losing their housing, and she can help with that, because she has a lot of experience and a lot of certifications and a lot of training behind her. So that's my idea. And I just wanted to put it out there because I know, and I've agonized over this because I know in the light of what happened with the former manager that is no longer on this channel, I really truly believed that she was going to do the right thing. I never, in my wildest dreams, thought that she would do what she did. And that certain people still support her and can't understand why I don't want anything to do with her boggles my mind. I mean, this person who I extended a hand to when she was thrown out of another community, when I tried to help her, because I wanted to help her because I liked her. I felt bad for her. I thought that it was the right thing to do. I really thought she was going to help her community. And then she takes $600 and just, I'm not doing it anymore. And then when people ask for their money back, she's like, I'm not giving you the money either. Fuck off. That doesn't sit well with me because I know how hard it is for people to earn money. And I see this all across YouTube. I see people, and that's one of the things, like the memberships and the super chats, I have a hard time with that. Like, I know YouTube encourages us as content creators, start the memberships, ask for, do the super chats, do this, do that, because Google, it's a business. Obviously, it's a business. They're in it for the money. They're not in it for the people. They're in it for the money. That's the bottom line. But for me, it just doesn't sit right when people are giving their hard-earned money to someone who then squanders it. Or, again, like I see this all the time. I see these content creators that have like 100,000 subscribers, and they have like chats. They have chats of just, I don't know, 3,000, 4,000 people, and it's going so fast and blah, 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 blah. And really, all they're basically doing is, thank you for the super chat, thank you for the sticker, thank you for the super chat, thank you for the message, thank you for this, thank you. It's like, oh my God, look at this generous, wow. Blah, blah, just gave $500 and a super sticker, yay. And oh my God, Lion in the Wardrobe gave 500 memberships. Oh, can you believe that? And I'm kind of like, okay, yeah, but what about the people that can't do that? You don't even acknowledge them. And I know as someone who is that person that doesn't give, that'll every once in a while put a comment in the chat. And it's like, you aren't giving me any money. I don't give a fuck about you. So I don't want that. I don't want that idea in anybody's head that that's what I'm about, because I'm not. I'm not. And I want to help my friend, and I want to help my community, and I want to help the cats, and ultimately I want to help as many of you as I can. And this would be a start. So I'm going to set up this GoFundMe. So when you see it set up, you'll know what it's about. And again, I'll when I do set it up, I'll do like another live and talk about it some more. And again, people can donate, they cannot donate, whatever they feel, or they, they can, they can't, doesn't matter. I'm not going to dismiss somebody because they can't donate. If you can only donate $1, fine. If you can only donate 50 cents, I don't know if that you can do that or not, but I don't know what the minimum is of GoFundMe. I don't know. I'm still like writing it, and I'm still writing out, and I'm basically, this is also personal to me because it's like Lucy's legacy. Lucy, had the resources been there, that I could have taken her somewhere that would have looked at her, despite her being a feral cat, or, being fractious, they call them. Oh, she was completely feral, but I was the only one that she really would let touch and handle and everything. Maybe she'd still be here today. And that weighs heavy on me, that I couldn't do better for her. If I had had a Kayla in my life at that point, someone that at least could have looked at her and said, yeah, we got to get her to a vet, or yeah, we got to get her to, because there was a program at the ironic thing is, there was a program at the SPCA that could have saved her life, and I didn't know about it because I didn't have a Kayla in my life. That's what it boils down to. If I'd had that information. I used to do a cable access show called Knowledge is Power. And that's why I called it that, because knowledge is indeed power. And if you have that knowledge, you know about those resources, you have power to make things happen. We were able to save Scar. You see Scar. Oh my God, Scar is like a completely different cat. If you go back and look at videos of him, let's see, when did he get that done? In April? May? If you go back like last year, like look at last October, as he was part of, when I would do videos of the colony, he was always there. But now, and he's an older cat too. But now he's more, like, you see how he gets pretty close to me before he darts. And you saw him going up and down the steps, rubbing back and forth and weaving up and down, weaving up those steps, because he knew he's going to get his food. He never did that prior to his surgery. He got that infection taken care of. He had distemper. He had that taken care of. He had the flea allergy taken care of. Yeah, they made that. I'm hoping. Did Scar go to the same place? Yes. Catitude. Yes, he did. Yeah. I didn't even know that existed. So I didn't even know what SNR was. I had to actually look it up. And it's surgery, neuter, release. Or return. Surgery, neuter, return. Like TNR. But it's for the ferals that have some kind of a health issue. And he went there, and that's why we thought, he came back and he looked so much better, and he obviously was feeling better. And so when Lucy went, I didn't say goodbye to her, I just said, I just basically said, Kayla's going to take you. Kayla's going to take good care of you. You're going to be fine. You'll come back. You won't have that drool in your mouth anymore. You'll feel so much better. And she never came back. And because someone had, more than likely, because I asked Kayla, I said, well, how does an injury like that happen? Is that like, and she said, well, blunt trauma. And I said, so basically, probably someone kicked her. And she said, well, yeah, probably. She said, because, or somebody hit her or something, somehow she got hit. Um, Hi, Aloha. And, it wouldn't have been a car, because Kayla explained to me how fractures, like that content creator's cat that she rescued in the parking lot, and the cat's fine, and I can piss off because the cat never needs a vet the rest of her life. Yeah, those fractures are consistent with an automobile, not with abuse. Lucy's fracture was consistent with blunt force, and more than likely somebody kicked her. And had I known that back then, we maybe could have saved her. But because it went so long and it set up infection, and the infection got in the bone, Kayla said to me she didn't even know how Lucy lived as long as she did. And I know why. I know how she did. She was in incredible pain, but she was loved. Because I've seen other animals do the same thing. I've had animals all my life, and I've seen animals that keep going because their owner loves them, or their human loves them. I fed her chicken and bone broth, so she had food. She never lost weight. She was a good weight. Yeah, animals are great at hiding pain. But I knew she wasn't doing good. I could see when she would go up the steps, she would kind of almost half dragging herself up. And I kept thinking to myself, I don't think I'm going to have her. I don't know if she's going to make it to the winter. And then when this happened, I thought, finally somebody's going to help her. She's going to be okay. She's going to come back. And she did. So if nothing else, I don't want another animal to suffer like that, because I know that, Kayla's not a vet. She can't do everything, but she knows enough that she can assess something, and she can say, hey, this cat needs to go here, or this cat probably should be euthanized. Come here, Bowie. What's the matter? Oh, Mama's okay. Come here. He just came up to me, rubbed against me, stood up and was clawing at my back. Here's my baby. Yeah. Let's see what Tiger Woman said. My biggest regret was never saying goodbye to Lily. I thought she was getting rotten teeth because her breath reeked. Instead, it was her kidneys, and she was put to sleep that night. Yeah, and they hide their pain so well. You're absolutely right. But it doesn't make us feel better. Because we feel like, at least I do, I feel like I failed her. I feel like I failed her, absolutely. I feel like I failed her. I feel like I betrayed her. Had I known that she was in that bad a shape, I would have found a vet somewhere that would have euthanized her, and then I would have taken her to my friends and I would have buried her alongside where because my mom's dog is buried there. Because when my mom's dog passed many years ago, we were living in a trailer park and we couldn't, obviously we couldn't bury him there. Yeah, and the fact that they didn't tell you anything and just euthanized her was not right. No, it wasn't. I mean, both Kayla and I said that we understand if an animal is beyond help and they're suffering, yeah, let's end the suffering. I'm okay with that. But this was just cold. Because she was a cat that lived outside and was a nobody's cat doesn't mean that somebody didn't love her. I mean, I may not have technically been her owner. And I think that's part of what is missing with all of these, like that legislation in California. They want people to register the colonies and have permits to feed and stuff. Well, but people are they're spending their money, their time, their uh, emotional, mental, all of that. No, it's taxing. It's taxing. It's trauma. It's all those things. And they don't even have the courtesy to acknowledge that, okay, maybe I have some rights here. Maybe I should at least be able to have some say in, okay, what are you going to do to this cat? And if you feel like she has to be euthanized, then, like you say, I should have been allowed to be with her and say goodbye. And I just keep thinking she must have been so scared and she must have felt so betrayed. Of course, Kayla, everybody says, oh, well, but animals know a lot more than you think. And she probably understood. And it's like, yeah, but I don't feel like that. That doesn't help me, because I still feel like I was the only human she trusted and I betrayed her. I sent her somewhere. I told her you're going to be okay. I honestly thought she was going to be okay. And she died with strangers. I would have rather taken her somewhere, had her euthanized, and then either had her buried, or my friend Susan probably would have had her cremated for me. So when I was trying to think about how to write out this GoFundMe, I started with, raise money for Kayla. But you know what? It's really not for Kayla. When it gets down to the core of it, it's for Lucy. And it's for all those cats. It's, Kayla is the human that will use the equipment to help them and to help the people that love them and put their heart and soul into this and spend so much of their time and money and mentals and emotions. Yeah. That's really what this is. It's Lucy's legacy. And I don't know how else to do this. I really don't, folks. I mean, I don't know how You know, Kayla has her own health issues. Her daughter has health issues. You know, her husband works a lot. You know, they make it, but they don't have anything to, I mean, they don't have $200, $300 to spend on a microscope. They don't have $300 for 3-in-1 vaccines. Uh, I'm afraid how much the snap tests were. I think the snap tests are around 350 or something like that. The really good ones are much more expensive. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Aloha. Um, but I don't know how else to do it. You know, like my friend Susan was right away. She was like, "Well, how much are these snap tests?" And I said, "It's a lot more than, I mean, this isn't like buying me $25 of cat food off of Amazon. I mean, this is like a lot." And I don't know how else to do it. I just don't. Um, I think so too, Tiger Woman. I think, and also Sally, because I don't know if she has feline leukemia or if it was just a false positive, but either way, she's going to be cared for now. I mean, when I started doing with these cats, this all happened, back in, when I moved in here, I'll be honest, it wasn't that I hated the cats. I was never a cat person. I was always dog person. And the cats were always just a nuisance. They would rip open the trash bags, they would yowl, and, because males would spray and it stank all the time. We'd have kittens, and, cats were getting hit by cars, and then, it was just like, it was a lot. And I was talking to Tiana one day and telling her about all this, and she said, "Yeah, you need a TNR." I'm like, "What the hell is that?" So I started looking at it, and it didn't make sense to me because it's like TNR, okay, trap, neuter, return. Like, okay, that's great. So you're going to take them out of a crappy environment, and you're going to, okay, yeah, you're going to spay and neuter them so they can't breed anymore, and you give them a vaccination, but that doesn't solve, I mean, they're still going to get sick, they're still going to get worms, they're still going to, fight for food and all these other things. So how is that really helping? I mean, wouldn't it be better to euthanize them? That's what I really thought. Excuse me. And then I did more research. And the more research that I did, the one thing that they never talk about, or they rarely talk about in TNR, you hear TNR, 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 TNR. We're a TNR advocate. We're a TNR expert. We're a TNR blah, 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 blah. But the part that they don't include, and what they need to include, it actually needs to be TNVR. So trap, neuter, vaccinate, return, dash M, management. That's what it really needs to be. Because that's ideally what it should be. And when I found that missing piece, that piece of management, it's like, oh, it was a real aha moment, because suddenly everything made sense. Like, well, yeah, I mean, if you have somebody that's looking after them, if you have somebody that's, putting flea treatments on the ones that you can, and talking to them, and maybe socializing them, and some maybe can be adopted, and you're feeding them, and you're making sure if any of them get sick that they get the care that they need, and keep up with the vaccinations. If you have somebody that can do all of that, yeah, well then, yeah, their life still isn't going to be as great as it would be if they lived inside, but it's a much better improvement over just, trap, neuter, throw them back to where you found them. And so that's when I started, that was like the next step was, okay, at the time we had Lucy Lawless and Wuspus. And then Rogue, I mean those were the constant ones. Rogue came in January of 2020. So there were four that were there, like original colony, consistently came every day. And I've started out by putting food out on my balcony. And the first one that was showing up was Wuspus, the black one. That's Masu and Zuki's mom. And then Lawless and Lucy were out there. So Lawless, of course, is Fury's mom, and Lucy is Niffler and Abracadabra's mom, and Shizuku, whatever happened to Shizuku. So I started feeding them. Well, we all know what happened in 2020, you know, and everything set up. I mean, and it took a while. It literally took a couple months for me to get everything in place. And it took a lot of phone calls, and it took a lot of, you know, beating my head against the wall, asking people for help. And I remember asking the York SPCA for food because they said that they had a pantry. And I asked about food for the outdoor cats. And the volunteer said to me, and said in a really snotty voice, "We don't feed strays." Oh, okay. Well, fuck you too. So I finally got everything in line. I had to, I called this person told me to call that person to call that person. It just was like, it was networking overtime. Finally got everything, all the ducks in the row. Right before, in Pennsylvania, in March, things started to shut down. The clinic started to shut down. So they were scheduled to go to one clinic. Well, that clinic shut down. I'm getting a text. Okay, well, this clinic shut down, so we're gonna transfer them to this other clinic. Well, then that clinic shut down. Well, we're gonna transfer them. It's like a domino. Each clinic shutting down, shutting down, shutting down. Finally, all of them were shut down. Nobody got spayed. Nobody got neutered. So then I had kittens and more kittens. And I didn't know what the hell I was doing because I had never been a cat person. We had 2 cats when I was a kid. One was an indoor cat that we basically treated like a dog. She had been declawed and, dropped off. And, we treated her, we just treated her like we didn't know what the hell we were doing. And then we had an outdoor cat. And back then, he didn't spay and neuter cats. So, he ended up getting in a fight and getting infected. And nope, that was the end of him. He took him to the vet, but he wasn't, he wouldn't accept being inside because he'd been outside all his life, so he was like partly feral. I don't even know where he came from. He was my brother's cat, and my brother is like, well, I haven't talked to my brother in I don't know how long. We've been estranged for a very long time, but, well, he's been estranged from the family, I should say, not just me. But he's like 9 years older than me, so, I don't know where he got this cat from or anything, so, but he got lost interest in the cat, and when he did, then I got the cat. So that's what my experience with cats, till, when I started, and of course Tiana has cats, so, I knew people that had cats, but I didn't really know a lot about them, I wasn't really a cat person until 2020, and I spent a lot of time with them. And then I started to realize that, you know what? These cats have trauma, because I was taking all this trauma-informed care trainings, and that's when I first met Lucy. And eventually they began to trust me, and the rest is history. So I realized that these cats, because I had been homeless, I had been homeless. Was in a shelter for a while until I got this apartment. So I'd been homeless. I had been through shit too. And I recognized the trauma in them. And cats process trauma differently than we do, obviously. So I just started thinking, how I'm going to treat them. I'm just going to approach them from a trauma informed care point of view and use that lens to work with them. And it worked, you know. And I saw how badly they were treated. They had fleas and they had medical issues and they were scared and people were mean to them and dogs chased them and they got hit by cars and it's not a good life for them. And the people that care for them, they get treated like shit too, I mean, I own the term crazy cat lady, and I will continue to own that term because, and I know that people, oh, you shouldn't say that because, oh my God, it's just like so derogatory, and by saying that, you're just feeding into that perception of women being, and it's anti-feminism and blah, 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 blah. It's like, you know what? No. What I'm doing is the same thing that people in the LGBT plus community did with the Q word. If you own that term, you end up destigmatizing it, and it turns from a word that is basically a slur to a word that's empowering. I have mental health issues. I mean, I own my crazy. I don't care. There's worse thing in this world to be than a bit crazy. So yeah, I'm a crazy cat lady. I don't care. And if you have a problem with it, don't call yourself crazy cat lady. Nobody's forcing you to do that. I'm just saying, I own it, and I give that term power. No, not power. Empower. It's an empowering word. And I want people to know that you normalize things. It's just like, this is how we normalize things. If we talk about it, if we use it, like I talk about my mental health issues all the time. It becomes something normal. People don't look at you like you're, crazy anymore if you explain what's going on. In the same way with the cats. People think crazy cat lady because all they see is the stereotypes. And there are people that feed into that stereotype. And I hate to say this, but people who have, you have people that have a lot of cats and they can't say no to, they're not responsible about it. That's what feeds that term. Like, oh yeah, it's another crazy cat lady. Oh, how many cats do you need? It's like, well, you need to know your limits. And I know the other content creator who blasted that rescue in that other state talked about that. Talked about how, but what does that mean, to know your limits? Well, it means you know your limits. It means, okay, I can't take in Sally. I can't take in Cricket because I don't have the capacity to care for them. That's what it means. It means knowing when enough is enough. It means knowing when you ask for help. It means when you are saying that you can no longer afford to buy food because you are spending all your money vetting and feeding cats that aren't even yours, then maybe there's a problem. Yeah, and Cinnamon was a special case, and so was Maleficent. But the other piece of that, Tiger Woman, is that I have a Kayla in my life. If I didn't have a Kayla in my life, I wouldn't have them. And I also have a lot of knowledge on my own. A lot of the things that, simple things like, of course, you can't do like surgery, you can't do teeth extractions, you can't do full blood panels and things like that. Yeah, you need a vet for stuff like that. Yes, you definitely do. But you don't need a vet to give a distemper. You don't need a vet to to treat a simple respiratory infection, things like that. Yeah, you always need that friend. You always need a friend that's going to be there to help. I mean, and she's been a good friend. She's been a really good friend. I haven't known her that well. I've met her and but we didn't really interact. I mean, we knew each other. So I have known her. I mean, we've been on each other's radar since like 21, but it's only been recently that we've really started to talk and everything and really start to know each other. Um, but I mean, we knew each other from before. And it's just really important to have that person. But yeah. I mean, in Cinnamon, what was I going to do? Let her out there? She would have died. This is just a fact. She was sick. She needed treatment. And the thing is that the animal welfare space is just so filled with so many people that just have this idea that they are the only one that can do it, and she was a baby. Yeah. My dog Buddy is my best friend. He's always been my co. He's 3. Oh, yeah. They're very. I mean, the human-animal bond it's sacred. It truly is, and it needs to be respected, and it's not. Many times it's not. Dog or cat, any animal, I don't care. It can be, my next door neighbor has a bird. And that's, her saving grace, because that bird's there. That bird's there for her. She loves that bird. She'll talk to you for hours. So, yeah, they're definitely important in our lives. People wants us calling animals our fur babies. My response is no. I'm not sure I understand Tiger Woman. Oh, people want us to stop. Okay, people wants us to stop. Okay, that makes sense. No, because there are, I don't even like to say owner anymore. I mean, when I met Rogue, I didn't want a cat. I had dogs that I had to surrender when I became homeless. And it was devastating. And to this day, there's a lot of trauma there that I still can't unpack. And my therapist, we've tried, and it's just really, really hard. And when he showed up, I mean, my my friend, my friend Susan and Tiana, they were both like, "Yeah, he picked you." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't want a cat." "Yeah, but he picked you." I'm like, "I don't care. I don't want a cat." Like, I was adamant. I didn't want any yet. And it's not that I didn't love them. It's like I couldn't bear losing them again. Because that's all I could think of. It's like, okay, what happens if I lose them? What happens if I lose them again? Well, of course, Rogue won. So, and as my therapist pointed out, it was really funny that he showed up in 2020 because for me, a big part, because I'm on disability, and a big part of me staying stable is being involved with the community and doing all the volunteer stuff that I did, because I did a lot of volunteer stuff. And when I wasn't doing volunteer stuff, I mean, I would be out, I'd visit a friend, or, I'd do stuff. And then everything stopped. Like, everything shut down, everything stopped. And of course, it wasn't all bad for me, because I really don't like to deal with people anyway. I mean, I like the stuff that I was doing was more, I would go to a meeting, I would sit, I would listen to what they say, I would interact with it, I'd discuss, put out my point of view, ask somebody to clarify their point of view, that kind of thing. It wasn't like I was really like with people kind of thing. It was more, I was just participating in a group. So it really didn't hurt me that badly when it's like, oh, okay, I can be by myself. But what hurt me was, okay, now I'm used to doing all this stuff, and it gave me purpose. It also stimulated my mind, and suddenly it's all gone. And it's like, okay, but I really enjoyed that. Like, I really liked going to that meeting. Like, I used to go to the York County Coalition on Homeless meetings. We used to meet in person. And I used to go there every month. I would go to that meeting. I was going to at the time that everything stopped, I was doing the trauma informed care training. Was I on the board? Yeah, I was on a board. I was on the Community Care Behavioral Health Board, which is the behavioral health piece of Medicaid in this area. So yeah, I was doing a lot of stuff. I mean, I would drive up to State College like 3, 4 times a year to do that. And then in between time, I was doing did a lot of crafting, and I would go visit my friend Tiana, and we'd do stuff together. We would go to the beach, and like the little beaches off, like not like a big busy beach, but the little beaches off like in a nature center or whatever. I mean, we did all that kind of stuff, and then suddenly everything stopped. Like, it all stopped. And that threw me into depression, and then Rogue showed up. So I rescued Buddy, a farmer who was too old to care for him, so I brought him and promised he was going to be looked after. The old farmer was 89. Aw. Well, I'm glad you have each other. Yeah. So they do. That saying, like, who saved who? Or who rescued who? No. And, I had Rogue, and, yeah, I mean, and honestly, the other thing, too, is that it's even hard to find a vet now. A lot of vets aren't taking patients, and, I mean, around here, it's hard to find a vet, because a lot of them don't take patients. So, I mean, we have places like Tractor Supply. Well, Petco doesn't really have a vet clinic around here, but they do have vet clinics. But Tractor Supply, they'll do simple things like blood panels and stuff like that. So I can always get my cats checked there. But, actually going to a vet, a lot of the vets won't even. I mean, I had a vet, and then he decided he wasn't going to do, he was only going to do like exotic animals. I don't know. I guess more money in that. And they wanted me to come back in for a checkup. Like they like all the people that were his patients, he wanted them to all come back in for a checkup. I'm like, well, my cat doesn't need a checkup. I mean, my cat's fine. I'm not going to just take my cat into the vet and give you $100 because actually to basically pay you so I can remain a patient of yours. I thought that was kind of crappy. So I lost that. I lost that resource. And then I just couldn't find another one. And I'm still looking for one. And I call them and it's like, oh no, we don't take anybody. Oh no, we'll put you on the list. Okay. I say, buddy, saved me as I was struggling with depression. They do. I mean, my cats are, 3 of my cats are my emotional support animals. And I would definitely say Maleficent's an emotional support animal because she's very in tune with my emotions. She'll come into bed with me if I'm not feeling good or I'm a little depressed or, whatever. She'll come and she'll get on my chest and she'll just take my hand in her mouth and she'll just keep licking my hand and chewing on my nails, and then she'll lick my nose and she'll just keep like at me till I get up. So yeah, they do that. They're great. But anyway, it is what? Oh my gosh, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Catitude. Did Catitude go to bed? Is she still there? Damn you, Catitude. I told you Catitude was a piece of... Oh, no, don't say it. Shit. I know how she is. She was just baiting you so you would stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning, and now you're going to be really tired when you have to get up tomorrow morning, because you know you have to get up, because you have that thing on the tele whatever. You mean the computer? Yeah, that thing. That meeting that you have. Well, actually not a meeting. It's a trauma-informed care training. Well, anyway, you got to be up. You have to be there 9 o'clock, and you have to take care of those dogs. Or wait a minute. I mean, dogs. Oh wait, I forgot. I have dogs too. You do not have dogs. Yes, I do. I have dogs. Where do you have the dogs? In the basement. Oh, Jesus. So you have cats in the attic and dogs in the basement. Yes, I do. And I'm not ashamed of it. Well, you should be. Well, fuck. Oh, no. Oh, wait, let me read this. What was it? LOL, let's do Jessica. This Catitude again. Oh, God, Jessica is bitching me out again. Catitude, I'm going to tell you something right now. You are a bitch, because I am so tired of your shit. You come on here, and you come on here, and you come on this stream. The only time you come on this stream is when you have something to say, and you going to come on here, and you're going to just talk shit about Wanda and me, and I'm just tired of it. And you know what? I think I need to just block your ass. I think you need to calm down. I don't think I need to calm down. I am tired of it. And you know what, Catitude? If I want to smoke, then gosh darn it, I will smoke. Do you understand what I'm saying, Catitude? I don't care what the hell you think. I am going to smoke if I want to smoke. I didn't even know you smoked. Well, that's none of your goddamn business. Oh, wow. Okay. You need to go away now. Let's just put Jessica to bed. Jessica's, like, off the walls right now. Thanks, Catitude, for getting her started. I like that. Puppet therapy. We're doing puppet therapy. Oh my God. Okay, well, I guess I'm going to end it there. It's been fun. It's been almost 4 hours. We're almost at 4 hours. Well, we are at 4 hours now. I think she is one. It's a smoke, not catty. Yeah, she's got problems. We're gonna have to work with Jessica a bit. I think Jessica's got some real issues. Yeah. It was nice to meet you too, Aloha. So I'll be when I see the new username Jade, I'll know who it is. So thank you for letting us know that because we've had some we've had some people that change their usernames and not for good reasons. It's kind of like, the people that you were encountering, the trolls and the bullies and the haters. Yeah. You block them and then they change a username and then they come back. That kind of thing. So, all right, everyone. I think I'm going to end it there. And yeah, we'll do this again. We'll talk more. And, I wish I could figure out a way to have this outside so you guys can see the colony, but I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to try to. I, I just don't. I don't think there's any like free. I'll have to look because I have Xfinity. They might have free Wi-Fi spots outside because I know sometimes they have those at different places. I'll have to look and see. Maybe they have. Maybe they have one I can connect to the Wi-Fi out there, and that would help solve it. Because I'm actually going off my phone, my cell phone signal. And that might, if I could connect it to a Wi-Fi, we'll play around with it. I can actually do an unlisted. I learned that through the YouTube Academy. I could do an unlisted live, which means nobody would see it but me, unless I made it public. So, because they said that's a good way to test your live stream out before you do an actual live. So we'll try that. Oh, okay. Well, thanks everyone for hanging out. Aloha, nice to meet you. Tiger Woman, it's been fun. And Catitude. I don't even know what to say about Catitude. Catitude, stop agitating Jessica. All right. Good night, everyone. I will see you in the next one. So goodbye for meow.